All right, let's do this. I guess I just got to clean up the animation. Yep. Put this over here. I'm doing all right. How you doing, Dark Legions?
Dark Legions.
Sorry, just love that username. Because it sounds really good when I do it in that voice. Hello, Kage Benito. Voice acting is like yet another of those many things that it's like if I couldn't do programming, if I couldn't do art, if I couldn't do drawing, then I'd either get into making music or I would do voice acting. Maybe both. Oh yeah. I I I guess it's like there's so many things that I'm interested in, and you know I studied I studied them, I would say lightly, but I got the hang of it, and then I'm like, this looks like fun. I could spend a while doing this. There's like there's so many things that I could do and work on. Like again, if it wasn't drawing, maybe I could work on like what is it? There's like Marvelous Designer. So if I sucked at drawing, then maybe I'd work with a piece of software like Marvelous Designer and like design clothing for for like VR chat and Second Life and whatnot. And then there's let's say I sucked at 3D modeling, then I'd use something like Magica Voxel, and then use that to make voxel STL files for like 3D printing. And let's say I couldn't do anything like that. Let's say I couldn't do like art stuff. Let's say I actually had to do something like design a physical I guess I'd have to like maybe learn Arduino, and then again get into some 3D printing, and then make various peripherals and devices like Arduino devices or Raspberry Pi devices. Like I think as long as I can use a computer, God, there's the sky's the limit. Like I'm just thinking of things that I would enjoy working on. And then if it couldn't involve a computer, then I would just have to draw traditionally and like use friction pens and good old dip pens. And if it couldn't be drawing, then maybe I'd get into like wax sculpting, wax carving. And if it wasn't that, then God, what else would there be? Maybe carpentry. Yeah, woodworking's fun. Woodworking's like awesome stuff. I saw that a little while ago. I saw this video. Actually, I'm subscribed to this one channel called My Mechanics on YouTube, and what they do, or what that guy does, is he gets his page. I think his Patreon supporters, or sometimes he goes and either they send him or he finds antique items, like not just antique, like antique forgotten items. So things that are really old and have been either very poorly treated or they're just neglected, and they're all rusty and wobbly and broken, and just sometimes these things are they come from a freaking dumpster or whatever, and they look like they're in real bad shape. Like I think the last video I saw was of a coffee grinder. The thing was in really poor shape, really sorry shape. Sometimes it's like a pair of pliers, or like some kind of mechanical screwdriver. And so what this guy does is he very carefully takes the thing apart, taking a lot of care not to lose any bits and bobs, any screws or nuts and bolts, and he assembles these parts. Like he disassembles the whole thing and arranges everything neatly, and then kind of takes stock of, well, what do we got? What's wrong with this thing? Well, these parts are wobbly. These parts have gotten bent or out of shape. These parts here are covered all in rust, and they're seized up, and sometimes he has to actually cut the thing open, or cut like through screws and whatnot. And oh yeah, those are totally Mr. Krabs eyes right there. Yeah, I mean that's what I was figuring earlier. Yeah, blurs are like hilarious. So yeah, this guy goes to the trouble of taking the thing apart, and then he has like a sandblasting chamber and a sandblaster, and he'll sandblast off all the rust, and so basically brings the whole thing back down to its bare metal parts, and then he'll go through the process of refinishing all these parts and bluing them, and getting them all looking really nice. Sometimes he'll repaint things, and then also there are times where it's like he might have had to cut through a screw, or maybe the screw is so badly rusted that it's just even though you sandblast the thing, it's just still no good, right? Like you might have, but the problem is that when you blow away the rust, you're still losing some material. So it could be that, for whatever reason, you can't use that screw anymore. And he's like, well, either if it's a standard size screw, he can buy it, right? But if it's not, then he'll make one. He'll make like a new screw or bolt or whatever. It's like if it's custom threads or custom length and whatnot, he'll like remake the thing on a lathe. He'll turn it on a lathe and make it a new one. And he just remanufactures any parts that he can keep that are still functional. He'll refurb those, and then any parts that are just too far gone, he'll remake them. And so, when he's all done, there are all these like little tiny trivial jobs, right? And when he's finally done, he'll reassemble the whole thing, and you get to see the before and after. It's really really beautiful. It's a beautiful work of art what he does. He really turns restoration into an art, and it's really incredible to see all of these little trivial jobs coming together. Some jobs are more trivial than others. Some are actually a little tricky, but for the most part, they're trivial jobs. And the reason why I bring this restoration stuff up, as a topic, is because this is how a lot of the amazing stuff that you like, the movies, the comics, the video games, the drawings, a lot of them are collections of these little trivial jobs. And people tend to look down on trivial jobs. You might look at a little thing like, that little curved line. That's no big fucking deal. I could do that. I could do that with my eyes closed. That's super easy, right? Or cutting through a screw with a Dremel tool. All I need is one of those tools and I can do it too. Not that big of a deal. And, I'm sure a lot of, you probably get a lot of people who think, I could do that. And you know what? Chances are they probably could, because it is a really trivial job. But the difference between the person who says, I could do that, but doesn't actually do it, versus the person who actually does it, is that only the person who actually does it, right? And a person who can't do it, doesn't do it because they can't. So it means that a person who could theoretically do a thing but doesn't do it, they're functionally indistinguishable from the people who can't do it, right? It's like, why even say you could do it if you're not going to do it, right? It's like, you're no different. And so I think that whenever there's a lot of, trivial menial jobs to be done, whenever people are looking for a job, they're like, cleaning off these screws? I don't want to fucking do that. That's beneath me. That's some Joe job shit. That's some gopher work, right? Or having to cut through this little piece of wood. What is this trivial bullshit? Anyone can do that stuff. Give me the. I have a life that was suited to greater things. I should be an astronaut or a fireman or like a fucking brain surgeon or whatever. And I mean, with that kind of attitude, right? Like, you never get anything done. Like, if you don't even do the trivial things, like, forget doing the bigger things. It's like, I know that, if there was like a house on fire and there were a bunch of, kids inside, I'm not, that's a job for the firemen, man. That's not a job. Unless they were my kids, right? That's probably the one exception. It's like, if they were my kids, okay, fine. That goes without saying. And even then, like, shit, that's kind of hard. That's like, yeah, I'd still have to. That's like, shit, I gotta go into the fucking field. It's like, I gotta rescue my kids. I know there's no question there, but God, it's like, I have to run into a fucking burning building. That's crazy. That seems like some dangerous shit. So I just think that being able to work up the motivation for the simple little trivial jobs that are within your reach, like, don't look down on that. If all you did all day long was a bunch of little trivial jobs, but you spent all day on it, well, keep in mind that it took all fucking day to do all those trivial little jobs. And yeah, there's something that anybody else could have done, but no one else did it. And sometimes taking the initiative to actually do those things is what makes, that's the difference. That's what makes you different from other people who could theoretically do those things, that they don't do it. So it's like, I would often find it a source of motivation to say, man, I'm the only one who can do this kind of stuff. And then, when it comes to these little trivial Joe jobs, the fact that I'm the only one, it's like you could say I'm the only one doing it, right? Like sometimes that's a good enough of a motivation. I'm the only one doing it. Nobody else is summoning the motivation to do it. Makes you functionally the same as the only person who can do it. So I just think it's kind of important to think about these things, because sometimes people might lay awake in their beds at night thinking, for what purpose am I here on this planet? What purpose do I serve? What's the meaning of life? And I mean, I just think that's the wrong question to ask, because to ask what is the meaning of life, to use the word "the" implies that the meaning of life is a singular. And I think it's not so much what is I don't like the word, just what is the meaning of life. You could say, what's the meaning of my life? Or instead of meaning, we could use the word purpose. What purpose does my life serve? And, it can be your own purposes, right? Like you could live for yourself. You could say, well, what do I find? What do I need in this world? What do I want? And I think that's another thing, right? Is that like some people want to be seen as a big hero. They want to be seen as, somebody that everybody else worships because, they did something for them. But I got to say, it's like before you can do anything for other people, you got to be able to do things for yourself. It's kind of like if you're in an airplane and the cabin begins to decompress and all the oxygen masks come down, and let's say you've got kids with you. Well, I mean, one of the first things they always tell you to do when you're in a situation like that is you got to strap the oxygen mask on your own damn face first, because if you pass out, you're not going to be able to help out your kids. That's why they always tell you to put on your own oxygen mask first. Like you can't light somebody else's torch if your own torch is out. So I just say it's like you've got to be able to make things for yourself. You got to be able to first live for yourself before you can live for others. That's a big gap. Yeah. Yep. Yes, a good brain surgeon becomes the worst brain surgeon if they don't wash their hands. Yes, I'm around 40, 45. Yep. Actually, I'm 42. According to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that is the meaning of life. It's the meaning of life. It's 42. And I think like one of the problems of a lot of Hollywood and popular culture is they like to show heroes as these, well, man, there's a lot of these fucking superhero genre Marvel superhero crap where it's like, yeah, they've all got these special supernatural powers that allow them to pull off all kinds of crazy shit. I'm just saying, like sometimes you just need the superhuman power to get your ass out of bed when it's nice and warm and under the covers and it's cold out, just cold in your room. All right. Sometimes you need that that superhuman willpower. If you can just, start with that. If you just had the willpower to do all the simple little trivial jobs that are within, oh God, this fucking drawing, if you just had the superhuman willpower to just do the trivial shit that is within your reach, the easy trivial shit within your reach, I think, man, like there's so much you could get done. I'll just track the hand onto that. Oh yeah, some of my videos are old as shit. Absolutely. It's pretty funny to see how like whenever I watch them, I'm like, holy crap, did my views ever change on those things? Like, not all of those videos aged well, but at the same time, I can say, holy shit, it's like people change, and I'd say for the most part, it's for the better. Ooh. Oh, I see. I see what I was doing here. I was kind of cheating that foot slide. All right, that's fine. I mean, another thing I think about with like having videos that are like 10 years old or whatever, it's just I'm like, yeah, I'm like one of the OG YouTubers. I'm still haven't gotten with the program when it comes to video editing. I know how to video edit. It's just I feel like number one, video editing actually does take, substantial amount of time. I think all the people who do this stuff like on a regular basis, they have editors that they hire editors. And if I was doing this stuff for the money, then yeah, okay, then I would get a video editor. But since it's all for free, and because I don't actually choose to do this as like a job, like You know, I can't think of a single video that I've monetized on my channel. Just because like I hate ads. I simply hate ads, and I'm like, I don't want to subject other people to ads. So it's been a good it's been a very good long while of like no ads. Oh God, I've done like some kind of weird Escher thing. Hang on, I gotta fix that up. Yeah, I've drawn some kind of piece of impossible topology. And, you know, truth be told, I would have missed out on like $5 of income because most of my videos don't have that many views, right? It's like, I'm not that petty. If I really wanted, I could be a big YouTuber. I don't. Yeah, like the problem with I think a lot of like I myself don't watch any like big art YouTubers just because you know I just don't want to do streams of like pointless crap. You know, I'd rather do a stream where it's like, okay, if I'm gonna do like a long stream, then I better be working on like a full on, you know, animation sequence, right? That would be the one way in which I do like a really long one. Or if I do a video and it's gonna be like an hour long, then it better be some serious philosophical diatribe. It better be, you know, something significant, something worth the bandwidth and time that people would, you know, the bandwidth and time cost of watching the damn thing and the server cost of the thing, right? It's like I don't like trivial blogging. SNCA, shit nobody cares about, right? I don't want to be a contributor to SNCA. Like unless I'm on like Twitch and I'm specifically doing gaming and I do a game stream, that would be it. But like this particular channel here, like, you know, I recognize that a lot of people have linked to this channel and, you know, they would actually use this channel as a source, like, holy crap. And so I don't want to clog this channel up with like, you know, cat video stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, I like cat videos, but that's not why most people subscribe to this channel. I guess the irony of it is that I say that I don't want to make a stream which is, you know, all about trivial stuff, but I mean, we're doing we're doing like an animation short, and animation shorts are almost entirely consistent of little trivial things, but I mean, they all come together. Okay, they're all coming together to make the animation, so it's all for a higher purpose. But you know, at least it's not me just sitting there looking pretty and linking to my OnlyFans. I would say, what would be worth your time for watching? Maybe not the animation, but like the process is. I would say, I think most people probably won't watch the whole process, and I wouldn't, you know, resent them at all for that. I would say, shit, maybe you should actually just skip through the whole thing, right? On the other hand, you have a video that's like what, 5 hours long, 6 hours long, and then you start to appreciate how long animation actually takes to produce. Because it's like we actually have a record of it now, like from start to finish and all the little bits in between. Like I think some people, they hear, oh, you know, this animation took this like a whole week to produce, right? But they don't. It somehow just doesn't like stick in their heads as to how long it goes. And most times the process, like usually whenever you see these process videos, they show time lapses. Everything's always a time lapse. It's like, yeah, we speed this thing up, and in 5 minutes you can see a week's worth of work zip right by. Right. And there's people who are like, oh man, I wish I could find work as an animator, right? And the problem is that their perception of the work as an animator is not is you know, it's the 5 minute time lapse. It's not the it's not like the multiple 5 to 6 hour sessions. And, you know, I'm not wasting any time when I'm working on this. Like, been nonstop, go when this since this stream started. Actually, that's okay. No, we'll leave it like that. Oh, and every now and then I'm like, oh, something disappeared. Objects popping in and out. So I gotta catch those. And then the other thing is, sometimes, surprisingly, sometimes it's easier to work when there's somebody else in the room who's being productive. Like when I work in visual effects, oftentimes, you know, I didn't just have a private office. Instead, I'd be arranged. We were in an open area with like three to four desks together, and we would all be working on our different shots at the time. And you know, we'd also be bantering at the same time that we were working. And so, you know, like that was really good because it was also like, you know, if other people in the room were working, then you also felt like working. And so some people like to have music that's playing in the background. But then I also like, it's like it's like if I had a spare laptop, you know, doing animation and I wasn't streaming, then I would love to have another animator who's also streaming, you know, playing on my laptop, even if it's just a recording. So there's that too. Not everybody gets to work in an animation studio. Whoops. Like the more that other people are around me are working, the less I feel like slacking off. Did I miss any drawings? I don't think I did. Let's play this thing back. Turn on all the layers and play it. Tried watching my Twitch stream and it looked boring as shit. Yes, I was coding. I mean, for a while I actually had the stream title saying boring programming day. That's because a lot of times whenever I'm programming, I'm always having to solve some problem, and usually I have to solve it in my head. So usually it's like you're going to see me sitting there staring at the screen while like a bunch of equations are flying, and programming is not an easy thing to watch. It's like, I guess a lot of times whenever I put on a video, it's like I actually need something which I don't give. I need to have something playing which I'm not giving my undivided attention to. It's like if you tried to give a programming stream your undivided attention, yeah, your brain would turn to fucking oatmeal, right? It's like, but on the other hand, a lot of people who actually join my programming streams are also programmers themselves, and then they do it so that when they program, then they've got somebody else in the room who's also coding, and then they feel more like working. So it's kind of like that. It's more like a shared working environment. How is coding fun? I mean, coding in of itself, right? Like the phrase coding. This is just telling a computer. You're giving a computer very, very specific instructions to tell it to do what you want. But I think that the term coding is it's missing. It's missing a lot of the details, because a lot of times I don't actually spend that time coding and writing instructions for the computer. Usually what I have are a number of disparate subsystems which other people and myself may have created, and I need them to work together in a certain way, and the gears just aren't meshing and they're not turning and making the whole clock run. So there's a lot of times where there's an investigation period of trying to find out, okay, everything should be running, but they're not running. And I have to go looking into the clock and see, okay, well, where are the gears not lining up? Or it could be something like, I have this gear and I have that gear, and they're supposed to run together, but they're very far apart and there's nothing in between. So I have to invent a thing which fills the space between these two gears and makes them, is able to transfer the energy from one rotating gear into the other rotating gear, right? So that's like a lot of time coding is just like the last part you do. It's like in the case of woodworking, the last thing you do is you're cutting wood, right? I mean, before you cut wood, you still have to measure. And before you can do the measurements, you still have to do the planning. And you got to fucking do a lot of inventing to figure that stuff out. So, no, there's like a whole process that eventually drives coding. And even when when all the gears are lined up and all the gears are touching and meshing, you try to run the damn thing and the gears just aren't turning for some reason because there's something sticking in the way. There's like some obstruction in there and you're like, oh, fuck, I got to go and look into that. So yeah, coding is to programming, as writing is to story writing or playwriting. Like, you want to write a story, it's not just writing a bunch of words and a bunch of, grammatically correct stuff. It's like you have to come up with the whole story. You got to figure out what are the events, who are the characters involved, what do they want, what's motivating them to do one thing. Sometimes there's some problem solving in story writing as well. It's like what are the main competing messages or themes that are going on? Like what are these? It's like, let's say there's an underlying theme of crime does pay or crime doesn't pay, right? Which of these two, there's maybe a battle going on in this. Maybe your story is about a battle between the themes of crime does pay versus the crime doesn't pay. Maybe you're following an anti-hero. You're following a guy who's involved in a Ponzi scheme or a stock market fraud or something like that, and or an insurance fraud, and you were following the story as to whether or not this guy's going to be able to fucking get away with it and get away with the, get the money and or maybe and maybe he does get away with it, except the problem is that he also makes a number of sacrifices along the way, loses a whole bunch of friends or a bunch of people that he knows, wind up going to jail, and maybe he winds up like getting a sweet bank account in the Cayman Islands with like $1 zillion in it, and he makes his way off to some cushy island place. But then it turns out that like the cushy island place is really just like a shitty old dictatorship like Costa Rica, and like, he can live well here, but it's not like he can live in the United States, and it's like it's impossible to get any goods in and out, right? So it's like he can get what he wanted, but it turns out to be more than he bargained for, or it turns out to be so this is what I mean, right? It's like when you write a story, right? It's like the writing part, the actual like writing words on paper or typing words into the screenplay software is just the fucking ending formality. It's not the idea that's interesting. And so when I do coding, it's like, no, I have a whole fucking video game that I'm trying to make. The fun part is when the video game actually fucking works. The fun part is when you're trying to solve a problem for like 3 days or a whole fucking week, and that you finally found the fucking problem, which was something that you probably created yourself, and you managed to get the damn thing running. It's like, oh, good, your brain starts to release the good chemicals. But the thing is that for most people, for programming, they're not able to endure long periods of time of stress and why isn't this fucking thing working? They're not able to they're not able to withstand those long periods of stress in between. I often liken coding to like trying to dig through a fucking mountain. Is that when you're doing pioneering work, you're digging through a mountain, you have no idea when you're going to pop out the other end and see sunlight, and sometimes you're hitting boulders along the way and you have to fucking tunnel through the boulders because you're making like a train tunnel, and you don't get to just choose to wind the train tunnel around a boulder. Sometimes you have to tunnel right through the fucking thing. And the way that I'm able to sustain this is sometimes I'm just happy I managed to actually break through a fucking boulder. Right. And I just, those things keep me going until I actually finally manage to break through on the other end. I'm like, oh, thank goodness. This is great. I've broken through the other side of the mountain, and now everything's going to be great. And I can do all the easy stuff. And what happens is I do a whole bunch of easy stuff and I run to the next mountain. That's the life of programming for me. And the thing is that whenever I go to sleep, the fact of the matter is I'm able to get to sleep because I'm like, number one, my brain is so fucking tired from the coding. And number two is because I'm like, not kept up by like thoughts of, oh no, I'm 42 and I haven't accomplished anything. It's like, no. I've been fucking busting my brain over some of the hardest things. It's not like I'm losing my touch. It's like, no, I'm solving problems that are harder than ever before. And most people will just wilt under the fire of these problems because they just be like, oh, I don't fucking understand. I give up. I'm the only one who's doing this shit. So never do I ever worry about my purpose in life. Never do I ever worry about, what's my, for what reason, what purpose do I, who gets the golden ticket of being sentient, walking, talking, shitting, singing biomass in a universe of quintillions of tons of unsentient matter, it's like, I got the fucking golden ticket. What did I do with it? Well, at least I did something that was so difficult and such a giant pain in the ass that I am within a tiny percentile of a percentile of the number of people who got the golden ticket of being walking, talking, singing, dancing, shading biomass. Most people who got that golden ticket are probably squandering it on something purposeless, something that's not even, and when I say something purposeless, that's not like I'm the judge of what's purposeful and what's purposeless. I'm saying that it would be something that's purposeless even to them. They would look at it and say, yeah, I won't even remember this work. This work's not going to be something I'm going to care about in a day or 2 days, right? It's like, I didn't even fucking, brush my teeth or wipe my ass. It's like, I didn't even do basic personal hygiene. I didn't, right? It's like they don't even do things that are meaningful to them. Instead, what they did is they squandered it on some shitty dopamine opiate rush of being on TikTok or Tinder or whatever, and they sat there scrolling on the phone all day. Yeah, way to spend your existence. Like, didn't do anything meaningful. Didn't do anything that's going to amount to a hill of shit. At least what the shit that I do amounts to a giant mountain of shit. It will be very, very colossal and tall. And when people look at it, they'll be like, "Holy shit, that's a lot of shit. How did you do that?" Because they think it was all done at once. Gaze upon the majesty of this hill of shit. I'm gonna have to like either speed up or slow down. I need to have like some additional frames here. Like I gotta make up. What am I gonna do with all this time in between? Because if I play the animation, yeah, it's like there's a lot of extra action in there. So maybe what I'll do is I'll rewind it a little bit. Yeah, I'll have to rewind that blood like just a teeny bit. Okay. That's another thing. It's like I am surprised at my own ability to handle boredom or things that other people find boring. Like I have a tolerance for it. I don't have to always be juiced up by underage thoughts twerking on TikTok every single fucking minute. Like when I say that this is that it's a bad thing to be spending all your time on scrolling on your phone, I'm like, if the whole fucking world just threw all of their boring work over their shoulder and just scrolled on their phone all day, it's like this, all the nations would, all the first world countries would just lapse into shit heaps real fast. On the other hand, if we just put our minds to doing the little trivial tasks that are within our reach, like we spend every workable moment. I won't say every waking moment, but I'll say every moment that we had the energy to do it. If we spend all that time doing those little, trivial jobs that stack up to something meaningful, it's like, holy cow! I think we'd increase productivity by a tremendous amount, and we get a lot more things done that we actually wanted in this world. Yeah, I don't want to rewind this thing too far back. Okay, I think what I can do is I can push the timing of this back a bit. I got 14 frames to figure out what to do. It's like, so this is the thing. It's like, in animation, or in the case of when I do animation, nothing goes exactly according to plan, right? But that means that there's some problem solving to do. Because if things always went according to plan, then it would just be like it would all be boring work. The fact that I actually have to occasionally solve a problem, is what keeps my brain from turning to oatmeal. It's like, oh, thank goodness. It's like a challenge. Let's solve this problem. It's like, okay, yeah, it's a little annoying, but at least I got to break out of the routine. It's like whenever something goes wrong in animation, you know, you can humans have a challenge circuit in them, right? Like I can look at this problem and say, "Oh, you little bitch, you fucking just couldn't be simple, did you? All right, don't worry, I'll fucking get you." Right? Like that's how you can approach a problem, is that you can engage the challenge circuit of your brain as opposed to the whining circuit, right? Because there's a whining circuit that says, "Oh, why couldn't everything go exactly according to plan?" Like, cry a river, build a bridge, get over it. And basically, things are not so much boring as they are like, if it's boring, it just means that my my brain needs the activity, right? Like that's what I would say, is that um, there's not enough activity to keep my brain stimulated, right? That would probably be the main problem. In which case, it means, well, my brain just needs a challenge. I need a little hardship. I need a little something to solve. I don't want to get don't want my brain to just turn into oatmeal. That's another thing, right? It's like people want to do great things and they don't want to do the trivial stuff. They want to do the big stuff. They want to do the really important stuff. I'm like, okay, well, what happens when things don't go according to plan? What happens when shit hits the fan? Are you going to be the man of the hour that fucking makes it work? Are you going to be the person who puts out the fire, save the whole fucking project? Like, you wanted to be a hero? Here's your chance. And people are like, oh, I don't want to do that. Why can't things go according to plan? Yeah. So that's again why it's like I feel it's good to have a challenge circuit and to recognize, every time something doesn't go right, recognize that as like, okay, fate has decided to be a little bit of a bitch and throw a throw a monkey wrench at me. Don't worry, I got this. Don't worry, fam, I got this. Put my carry pants on. Here we go. Right? Just apply some of that pro gamer logic. Like, be the hard carry. So what's kind of cool about this is that like when the blood vial actually ejects, you really kind of get the sense that like there's some pressure that's really building up because those bubbles are getting like that air bubble is getting very, very compressed, and then the whole thing goes ching and it shoots out. So that's what I managed to do with these 10 frames up here. It's like I added a few frames at the beginning, and then those extra frames at the end really kind of build the sense of pressure. Like, I found a nice little solution, and the solution just requires some pretty trivial drawing. Because I think what we should also say about the words trivial is we shouldn't, like, I can say trivial in the sense that it's easy to solve, right? Like trivial really means manageable, doable. It can be done. It's not, it's nothing major. So whenever you hear the words trivial, you should say, "Oh, don't worry, man. I got this. This is nothing. It's just like picking up a piece of trash. Who gives a shit? I got time for this. I got time for this. I can do this." But the problem is a lot of times people hear the word trivial and they think, "Oh, this is beneath me." It's like, no, that's the wrong way to. It's the wrong way to think about it. Like it's so like, man, mindset's everything. And I think that if people could look at the manageable things, the manageable tasks that were laid out in front of them, I think they'd have a lot less. I think there'd be a lot fewer people saying, "Well, I can't find work." It's like, get out of here. There's all these little manageable things that you could be doing. The thing is not that you can't find work. The work's right there. You're just choosing not to see it. Yeah. Yes, having lots of challenging shit to do cures loneliness. Very, very much so. Like, I think it is good to have friends, but it's like, it's. But I mean, I think having people who would share in the solving of problems would be nice. Having people who shared a similar mindset would be nice. But I think before you can get that, you have to be someone who's actually, worth hanging around. Right? Like you can't just be, well, I wish I had a whole bunch of hardworking friends that I could just sit by and leech off of. It's like, don't. It's like, why don't you be the first person like that, right? And maybe that increases the chances that other hardworking people would want to hang around you because they know you're not just going to fucking exploit them. I'm pretty sure that hardworking people are used to being exploited, and they probably have developed some somewhat stronger senses for when someone's about to take advantage of them, because it happens so fucking it happens so often as to become a familiar experience. So, I mean, it's like, if you're somebody who doesn't want to do trivial things, I think other people will smell that. They will smell your laziness. They will smell your sloth. They can smell the algae clinging on your lazy matted hide. How much money would someone have to... Oh, you're probably typing the rest of that message. Oh, okay. But that message... Oh, it's okay. I was curious. All right, whatever. Fine. I was going to answer that. I was interested. I like the questions because it's entertaining. How much money would someone have to pay me to go on TikTok and dance? Oh God. Well, I mean, the thing is that money in of itself is just a good that you can trade for something else. Or I should say, it's not even a good; it's a fucking currency, right? Money is just a currency that has. It's pretty fucking useless until you trade it for something else. And the thing is, like, I'm a person who wants for very little. Like, this is the thing, right? It's like, what would I want? Like, maybe I guess I could always do with a better video card that, and even then, it's like, I'm not willing to spend exorbitant amounts of money for something in a market which is mostly, it's like it's inflated because of all the bitcoins, all the Bitcoin miners and the video card scalpers. It's like, you know what? I'm willing to wait. My video cards, it's like, even if I had enormous amounts of money, even if I had the money to pay for a ridiculously expensive video card, I'm like, it's still a bad fucking value proposition. I would fucking wait anyway. Right? It's like I ain't paying these fucking assholes that much money. It's like my own pride would keep me from paying these people for like an overly priced video card. Like, even if I was rich, I will not buy overpriced goods, just because I hate. Like, I say, it's like that's like, I can afford it, but that's still bad fucking value. So there's very few things in this world that I really want that are not within my reach, and I have enough, right? Like, in terms of, like, I have enough money to get all the things that are within my, the things I want. The things I want that are outside of my reach, I don't know. That's the thing. I want for very few things outside of my reach that I can really think of. I mean, of course, there are certain people in the world that I, it's like, of course, I have all the evil villain, wishes of, like, man, it'd be great if this particular person was removed from the world. But I'm not gonna go fucking hiring any assassins, even if I could fucking afford it, because I'm like, I would rather save that money for something else, right? It's like, I don't care about anyone enough to actually spend money to remove them from this world. So even then, right? It's like, even for the things that are completely outside of my reach, even if I had the money for it, I'd be like, I don't hate them that much. I don't hate them enough to actually remove them from this world, even if I had the resources to do it. Could make an anime with that money, huh? Pay a whole lot of people to make an anime. It's like, yeah. But I'm also like, I actually care where the money comes from. That's another thing. Like, I don't just care about having money. I'm like, I care about where that money comes from. It's like, if we could just snap the fingers and have the money, I'm like, oh shit, we've magically created money. I've now, it's like, the government can create money, right? They can snap their fingers and make money. It's called, running the printing presses, and it causes inflation, and it devalues the currency in people's banking accounts. It's a tax on inflation. So for me, it's like, if I could like just snap my fingers and have extra money, I'm like, well, shit, man, that makes me no worse than the government. That makes me no better than the government. Fuck the government. There's no way I'd want to be like them, getting money that's unearned. Getting the power to getting the power that money provides that's unearned. Like, I don't want unearned money. Fuck that. I have way too much pride to accept it. So that's kind of a funny thing I've got. Like, that's what principles will do to you, right? Like, principles they'll fuck with your mind, and you can see how it's fucked with my mind. It's like, you can't bribe me. I can't be bribed because I don't care enough about it, right? It's like, instead you would have to threaten me, right? You'd have to threaten me and say, well, like, look, if we were to seize all of your assets and throw you out on the street, then okay, I'd be like, well, then we're talking about something different entirely, right? And then I would be doing it not because of what I stand to gain, but what I stand to lose. And that would make me a lot more selfish. And then I guess the other thing is, I also think it's like, if I wanted to make an anime, like I don't just think of it as like, okay, snap fingers, anime, done. It's like, well, hold on. I mean, what particular story do I have in mind that is so compelling that it needs to be made into an anime? Right? It's like, I don't have any stories written that I'm like, I really want to see it in motion picture format. And it's like, I ain't ready, right? It's like, I would have to sit down and have an actually decent story idea, or at least a message that I wanted to send, or at least, maybe if not a message, a thing that preoccupied me so much that I would need to make a work devoted to it, even a screenplay. And that's the other thing, right? It's like, usually, like, the only way that I'd make an anime first is I would need to have a story that was so compelling to me that I would actually make a screenplay out of it. And chances are, it's like, there are already things that I'm doing which I already think are, like, I'm already working on a fucking video game, right? So, and to me, a video game is actually more work than the anime in some ways. It's more brain work, that's for sure. And so it's like, well, I guess if the video game did really well, then maybe I'd want to make an anime around the video game. In which case, there's no point in people sending me funds, right? It's because, like, if the video game does really well, then the money for the video game would then be used to make the anime, right? So it's like this is why I don't like the unearned, right? It's like I want to. It's like I don't want any cheat codes. I don't need the IDKFA. People are generally bad at predicting their own behavior in extreme situations. I say I can't predict what my own behavior would be if I suddenly made $50 million. If my video game did really well, right? I don't know what $50 million would do to me. I would like to be a person who doesn't change. I think that if I had that much money, I would certainly have to watch out for people who come scrambling out of the woodwork. So, it's like I have to make sure that I don't become too distrustful of people in general, right? But still be wary. Still be wary. Like keep your eyes open, but don't fucking think that everybody's out to get you. Just understand that, well, 50 million makes you into a fat target. Or I should say, the 50 million is a fat target. I think the other thing that I would have to watch out for is feelings of I made it, bitches, and somehow that makes me invulnerable to criticism, because I can think of all the companies that ever had a really bad fucking take, who at some point made it, right? Like we can think of Bethesda, for instance, right? Bethesda used to make some good games. Ubisoft used to make some good games, right? But I think now they're kind of possessed by an attitude of I made it, bitches, and therefore everything my word is God's word, and I can no longer be contested, right? And I'm like, if I made it, please let me keep my humility. I hope I keep my humility. Like that. I guess that's the thing, right? It's like I don't let this money corrupt me. Don't let my success corrupt me. Like there's so many people where it's like before they made it big, right? They were great. A lot of companies before they made it big, they were great, and then they made it big, and then they turned to shit. I'm like, please don't let me turn to shit. If I make it big. Yeah. It's like I think of Steam, Valve, right? And I still like their services, right? Sometimes they slip up along the way, but I'd say they've managed to save, like they've managed to not like go woke, which I think is amazing. They've suffered some flack for not going woke, but they more or less kind of didn't care, and other gamers didn't care, and so that's a good sign. Hopefully, maybe I would look at Valve and say and see how they treat success, and maybe I would aspire to be like them. Be like Valve. Be seen as like a stable company that has its fucking head on straight. Never go publicly traded. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So basically, just never sell out. I don't, and that's the other thing, right? It's like if a big, if like, if like all these investors start showing up and they're offering quintillions of dollars, just turn them away. Like, how much money do I really need? That's the thing. Is like, I'm of the mind that I don't need a lot of money. Like, I'm also prepared. What happens if the game that I make just never really takes off that great? Kind of becomes maybe a cult classic for a while. I'm like, fine. That's what happens. Fucking deal with it. Live with it. It's like don't get angry and embittered and like Nock's not the last game I ever want to make. Exactly. Like that's what I mean. It's like I'm working all day long on the things that are meaningful to me. Yes, it's like I get to spend all day doing trivial things, right? I get to do the things that are within my grasp that I enjoy. I practically feel like I'm retired. Look at me showing up to work at 3 o'clock p.m. I get gaming time in. I'm fine. It's like, do I need to ride around in a fucking Ferrari? No, I don't. A lot of like the other things, like going golfing and all this stuff like that. That sounds. It's not for me. It's like fuck. Gotta like wash off the golf clubs. When you're done golfing, you gotta like do all this and gotta do all that. It's like it just seems like a big fucking. Having a, going to like expensive, $25,000 a plate galas. I'm like, it's like eating overpriced food. I don't want to fucking do that. Even if I had the fucking money for it, I'm like, it's like again, there's a pride factor in me, which is I will not pay for overpriced goods. I would rather not. I'd rather not have the overpriced good unless I actually needed it for my survival. Unless I truly, truly needed it, and it's like I would actually suffer more for not buying it. Right? Like I've got some fucking pride. Like the challenge circuit in my brain would engage and say, fuck you, I'll do without. I don't know if I would call it a challenge circuit. It's like there's a rebellion circuit. There's a there is a circuit within my brain that occasionally kicks in and just says, I'm not gonna go along with this. It's like a disagreeability circuit. I guess I could call it the gamers circuit, right? There's like a part in the gamer where sometimes it's like, oh, giant fucking boss is showing up. He's got like a gazillion hit points. Oh, guess I'll die. Is that what you thought I'd say? Right? It's like, no. That's there's the gamers circuit within our head. Like, yeah. So I guess once again, it is the challenge circuit, right? It's 100% a challenge circuit. Uh-oh. Are these things staggered? Oh, I simply haven't. No, wait. Yeah, there's that frame, and then that frame. Oh, can I? Like you can see here that there's like some stagger issues. There, there we are. Now they're synchronized. And then I have the stagger. There. Now they're all lined up. There. Okay. Yeah. Better. Yeah. All good. All it's good for is showing off that you can buy expensive food, like both overpriced and normal price. Okay. So here's what I think is going on. Is my take for people buying overpriced goods, buying expensive whiskeys and wines and whatnot, is it's something much more primal. It's primal. So let me show you. The mating birds, the dancing mating bird gifts. All right. Is that, oh, they're not dancing. Oh, hang on, wait, that one was dancing. Yeah, right? Look at these birds. Look at my ass. That's you, baby, shaking that ass. It's twerking. It's a twerking bird. How about this one? Oh, is it going to play or is it not going to play? Yeah, look at my big screen TV, bitches. Look at my big screen TV. I paid double price for this big screen TV. Isn't it beautiful? Look at it. How about this one? Look at that. Bought this fucking Balenciaga vest. Don't I look good in it? Cost me $1 zillion. I mean, really, what are all these birds saying? All these birds are saying, fuck me, 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 right? Like that's what this bird's basically saying. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. So I think that when people buy overpriced goods, you know, they're just doing it as a way to flex their wallets, as opposed to like they're flexing their wallets as opposed to their personal character. And that's why I say it's primal, right? It's like animals do this. It's not hard to see why they do it. Hello, Mr. Hutchins. I'm good. I'm good. I'm enjoying doing trivial tasks that are within my reach. You know, it's like sometimes I spend like, you know, I spent all week fighting with like computer problems, like fighting with computer programming problems. And the day that I get to do, you know, trivial tasks within my reach, it's very, very refreshing. I know they say animation's a lot of hard work, and they would say, "Oh, it's mind-numbing hard work." I'm like, "Oh yeah, well, let's see you try programming for a whole week and see how you feel after that." You should be thankful. People should be thankful for the jobs that are simple and easy and within their reach, and can be solved within, you know, a few seconds or minutes, or even get it solved within the day. Sometimes, you know, it's like for me, like a bad day is when I didn't even get it solved by the end of the day. Right. There are occasionally days where, you know, I might go a whole day without solving a problem. I don't feel so good. But the fact that I struggled on it is what allows me to get some sleep. I'm like, okay, well, it just means that this is a tough nut to crack, and it's going to take more than a day to solve it. Do I have the primal urge to reproduce? Does this mean a sex drive? I mean, I'm 42 now, so that's more or less tapered off. It's tapered, you know, substantially. Oh, it's actually kind of great. It's like you look at thoughts and you're like, oh yeah, that bitch just wants my money. She's cute, she's hot, but then I feel like the goggles, the rose-colored goggles, the rose-tinted goggles are off, and it's like, oh yeah, bitch just wants my money. It's like, you want to marry that? Oh yeah, give it about a few months, then she'll have changed her mind, and then she'll take half of everything you own. I think that the urge to reproduce my urge to reproduce would be a lot higher if I actually felt like our culture, encouraged women to be worth spending time with. But by and large, if a girl looks really good, she's going to be encouraged to do like dumb things. It's like I would rather take on a girl with a better personality at this point. Like having kids. Having kids is a co-op job, man. It's like I like co-op games if I'm playing with a good co-op partner, but if my partner sucks, it's like I don't want to play that co-op game. So it's more like my desire to have kids really depends upon the presence of a person that I would want to have kids with, because they're going to be helping you raise that kid, and they might be helping you to raise a terrible child. They're going to make sure that when that kid grows up, they become a terrible kid. It's like, because the thing about reproduction, right, is it makes more of you. So I would need to find a person worth reproducing, right? It's like find a person, and you're like, I like this person so much, I need more of her. I need another one of them, right? We need to train up the next generation of this person. We need more of this person in the world. My genes die with me. You know what? I feel like there's been more than a few times that I felt that we're in like the behavioral sink. We're in like the stage of civilization where it's like, you ever watch the Down the Rabbit Hole video by Frederick Knudsen, Knudsen, Down the Rabbit Hole? Check out the Mouse Utopia experiments or the Rat Utopia experiments. Yeah, I feel like we're in Universe 25. We're in the final stages, the terminal stages of Universe 25. And I feel like one of those rats that gets to be fat, sleek, and healthy, but just sticks to him, just sticks to himself, doesn't engage with the rest of the rat population. The beautiful ones. I'm a fat, sleek, and healthy rat at the end of Universe 25. Oh, if cloning technology came along, would I make a company of myself? Wow. I'm not so in love with myself to think that that I would want to duplicate myself perfectly. It's like, oh man, it's like I'd want to duplicate myself and edit out the flaws, and then oh shit, that thing I've suddenly created a resistance that makes me obsolete. Ah, shit. So kind of like, no, we don't need more of my flaws. What I would need is a company of people who have merits that cover up for my shortcomings. That's what I would need. So yeah, it's like I actually need other people who aren't me. Because man, I have my fucking flaws, you know. Like I would actually need some people who aren't super geniuses in my company. I'd need people where it's like they'd be sometimes you need a person who's like a fucking woodcutter, right? Sometimes you need architects and sometimes you need woodcutters. It's like my company would need some woodcutters. Arguable. Arguable. Because sometimes I feel like more minds to solve the problems that I'm dealing with wouldn't. I guess if I did have clones, then I guess I would assign them to do the other jobs that, you know, I'd like to take on but just don't have the time to. But that's about it. And of course, it would kind of actually be up to them, right? Because that's another thing. It's like if I clone these other people, well, shit. It's like I'd actually have to listen to their wishes. I don't know how many people actually consider that. That the moment that I clone these other people, I'm now creating separate existences, and I would have to account for their wishes. And then also, it's like I no like this is a fantastic question because it I always I love those stories or the story ideas where they take something like cloning or teleportation and then you start exploring the catch. There's always like a catch. For instance, for teleportation, I love the idea that when you teleport something, it is the object is annihilated into its constituent materials and reconstituted at the other end as an imposter made by the exact same materials and the exact same memories as the original, but the original existence has been deleted. The original existence no longer. It's like that thing is not a transporter. It's not a teleporter. It annihilated you and duplicated you at the other end. Like that's what it did. It's an annihilator and duplicator, not a teleporter. Mm-hmm. Right. Those clones would also drift off and do their and the other thing that would also that would also bring me a lot of pause when it comes to cloning is that other people would have access to this technology as well. And to me, being able to clone myself also means that other people would have the ability to clone themselves. And I think there's a lot of, you know, bad things in the world that really shouldn't be cloned. But, you know, you can't, you know, who are you to say who can be cloned and who can't? And then, so I guess you start to enter the Malthusian. Is that the guy's name? You know, you start to enter like Malthusian issues as well. You know, you get people who want to have their existence last forever. It's like there's this one saying that I really like, which was live an existence worthy of death. Sometimes I feel like, you know, if reprinting money makes the money less valuable, sometimes I also think that reprinting myself or recloning myself would also make me less valuable. It's a fantastic question. It's a very, like the philosophical implications are quite numerous. It's kind of funny is that like I'm noticing a bit of a theme to the flow of our conversations in the sense that people would say, what if you get free money? What if you get like this, what if you could clone yourself? What if you could, and I'm like, yeah, these all sound like wonderful things at the outset, but oftentimes I find myself concerned with what could possibly go wrong with them. I always think of the downsides. It's not that I'm a pessimist. I just like I understand the upsides to it, but I'm also like, what are the downsides to it as well? Because I always think of things not as merely good. I think of things as trades. It's like, what if you could trade your existential uniqueness for being able to clone yourself? That's really what the question becomes. It's like, what if you could trade away your existential uniqueness? What if somebody could clone you without your consent? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, right? What if you could be cloned without your consent? Shit. I don't fucking want this cloning shit, man. And what I would rather do is I'd rather would I become black for a year if someone paid me $100,000? Well, like I say, right? I don't know if you were here earlier, but I said that money is not that much of a motivator for me. Mostly because like when it comes to material goods and things that money can buy, I already feel like I have what I need. And then there's the other stance, which is I don't like handouts. Like I threw it on the ground 'cause I'm an adult. Please tell me you've seen that video. It's fucking awesome. The trial pack. Oh, great! Real life skins. Is that going to come in like a loot box? Do you need the DLC and the seasons pass for that? Is EA and Microsoft, are they going to be the ones to release this? The diversity pack, sponsored by, and given the Justin Trudeau seal of approval. I remember the time when like Michael Jackson went through a whole bunch of like skin lightening operations. Like funny how people have forgotten that. Man, it looks so much better when once you got that little bubble in there. A little and it's been filled in. Yeah. So the only color like fill I'm gonna do is the blood. That's it. I'm gonna have to do the little star twinkles as well. I think I'll individually track them. Yeah, I'll redo them and then individually track them. Oop. And then the other guy has to do his. A philosophy of oh. Did I know that YouTube censors other social media platforms from chat? Wait, like hmm. How about Facebook? Do they or BitChute? If you said BitChute, will it remove that? Oh, there's a few. Boink. Oh, I lost the feet for a second. Great. As far as I can tell, I'm seeing that the I don't see anyone's messages being deleted, but then it could be that like here, let's see. Huh. Like if I just take a screen grab, right? It's like, oh, they're all still there. Do I think lolly is unethical? Um, well, it depends. Like if it's just artwork and I don't see it, I don't care. Like if it's just art, I don't care. I mean, as long as it doesn't enter the real world, right? Like to me, the only things that matter are whether or not they enter the real world, and that's it. And it's like even if people start saying, terrible racist things in their own bedrooms, right? Like during sex, like I don't fucking care. I wish, you know what? I really miss the good old days when we could when we could engage in the wanton indulgence of victimless crimes. That's how I'd put it, right? If it's a victimless crime, who cares, right? Like that's how I see it. Like I think you're allowed to have unethical thoughts, right? Like to me what matters is what do you actually do that enters the real world. Oh, hang on. I'm going to keep the whole Yeah, so I'm going to make this cyclical. There we go. So when the whole thing plays through, that little star is going to sit there twinkling. Excellent. And then I'll do it for all the other stars as well. Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of people just that's nice. Anyone can make a claim, like they can make baseless claims. It's so easy to just do that and offer absolutely no statistics whatsoever, no empirical evidence or anything. They have it in their minds that it's a certain way, and then they just fucking they don't do their due diligence, right? And like I don't just say, um, I think this is just a general problem with anybody who wants to make a point. They just make a point, but they don't go through all of the They don't go through the rigmarole of like actually, proving what it is that they've said. Because, they might find otherwise. Like, I think that if they were to make that claim, if they could be a lot more compelling if they actually had some statistical chart and they, you know, and say, look at this chart. This is the difference. This is the actual study and how it shows. So it's just sheer laziness. We got a bit of a double bump on one of those. Well, let's like if we were to bring this back to my original point that um, if you take on a job or a task that is so colossal, you couldn't possibly do it. It's the unmanageable task, and it's a thing that um, is usually somebody else's fault, right? And you can champion that cause. Like that basically means that you can spend your whole time waggling your finger at other people without actually doing anything on your own end. So I guess a good example of this would be, let's say, the war on drugs or the prohibition against alcohol or environmentalism. Here's a really good one. So environmentalists, right? We're always talking about these things like, Canada, we're very, very our politicians are always talking about, oh, they're always trying to pursue green initiatives, and they're always trying to throw on a whole bunch of taxes for how much gasoline you can use, and they're always, going on and on about the environment. And I'm like, okay, let's take a look at. I live in Canada, so let's see. Go on images.google.ca. We'll look up carbon emissions by country. Right there. So there's like a really nice. Well, wait, let's find a good detailed graph. And specifically, I'm looking for one. I'm looking for one that also covers like manufacturing and power generation. And there's one that I saw yesterday. So greenhouse or. And it was a pie chart, like a. Oh, here it is. This one's pretty good. So let's view this one. So open an image, a new tab. There we are. Oh, come on. All right, if I click it, will it give me the big image? I got to see the fucking picture, and why aren't they giving me the picture? Ah, here we are. Okay, good. Open image, a new tab. Lovely. Okay, so, Canada, where the fuck is Canada in all this? I don't see. Where's Canada's slice in all of this? There it is. Canada, electricity and heat. This little gray slice right there. Okay. Canada again. I can't fucking read that. It's probably like Canada other. Somewhere for transportation and whatnot. It's like another tiny fucking slice. Okay. So I'll tell you this much. All right. Our transportation costs for gasoline. There's agriculture right there. It's a teeny little slice. Like if we just stopped using cars altogether, just stop using gasoline altogether, we're going to get rid of a teeny fucking slice. Meanwhile, all the businesses would completely fucking crash for us removing like that tiny fucking slice. So even if we just stopped using gasoline entirely, we would affect in a minuscule change. And it's like the best that you can do does fuck all. Now, I know that a lot of people are going to look at this and they're going to say, oh my God, look at how much China's doing. China, right? It's like most of this problem is all because of China. But I say, hold on a second here. Look at how much they're putting into manufacturing. That's a pretty big fucking slice. And I know that most of the stuff that's around me is probably made mostly or at least in part by China, which means that, I kind of own a slice of that. I don't know how much. I honestly don't know how much of a slice I own. But I say that if you really cared about greenhouse gas emissions and all that stuff, and then you need to also look at, well, we can blame a lot of this on China, but I say, what percentage of my goods, also is imported, right? How much of that am I supporting with my money, right? So I think that this is like the bigger picture, right? And this says, we can look at, if you're going to start, levying policies and making big fucking, oh, there's transportation there. Okay. It's a little tiny fucking red slice. That little red slice right there. If you want to start enacting wide sweeping changes that are going to cause big trouble to businesses, you got to say, what's it actually going to do in the whole fucking world in the big scheme of things? And then you also have to look at pointing the fingers at other countries and saying, okay, they create all of this, but how much of that do I own? How much of that is from goods and services that I purchased from them? Because we do business with them, right? And I know that we all want to pull out of China and we all want to get like American and Canadian made things, but that really just means that we're going to be taking a slice out of some of what China does and put it into our own slices. And then there's a question of, well, how will we do things differently? Right. And so this is why like I have a problem with a lot of the arguments with, trying to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, because they never mention any of this stuff. Like these to me are like this gets to the fucking core of the matter, right? But instead it's always like, no, we'll just throw a giant fucking tax on everyone's gasoline and call it a day. It's I know. It's like it really frustrates me how the greatest champions of greenhouse gas emission reduction are the people who are flying around in giant fucking jets and private jets, and it's like they fly everywhere, even for their vacations in giant jets, and they have their own private jets and stuff, and I'm like, okay, if hypocrisy is the main trait of the champions of a cause, I'm like, it just doesn't really it doesn't gel very well with me. It doesn't, it's not, it hurts the credibility of their cause. And you notice how like it's like I didn't go and just say it's all China and then let's call it a day, right? So I think this is another important thing, is that I think the sign of a good argument also says, well, it also takes on your own slice of blame, and I don't mean in some kind of like manner of grandstanding. I just say, look, it's a matter of fact that like practically everything that's around me is Chinese. How come I don't have any choices? Like, oh right, they're expensive, right? But at the same time, it's like there's so few choices. I wish there were more. And how do we, like, what are we gonna do? And so I guess that's why also I don't like to take on these kinds of, this is why I don't argue about greenhouse gases, because it's like they're not trivial things that are within my realm of power. I would rather spend my lifetime working on the things that are within my power. I got an animation to make here, right? I wish if everybody were to just do the things that are within their power, that would be great, right? If we had less people who are just trying to, it just feels like when I look at social media, it's always people grandstanding over some giant fucking issue that they have no power to control. Okay, so this one I have to redo it. I got 2 frames to fix. Whoops. Actually, no, I can remove that frame. All right. And I can remove this frame. Okay. And again, it's like I feel like a lot of this stuff is very primal, right? Because a lot of times it's just for show, right? The things that are for show are like really, it's like, it's another, look at how good I am. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. It's virtue signaling. It's virtue signaling for attracting a mate, as opposed to, I don't know, exercising the virtue of just being a person who takes on the trivial jobs that are available to you, that are within your power. Being productive. I think this frame here, actually, sorry, this frame, I don't need, yeah, we don't need the twinkle on this frame. And we don't need it on the one before it as well. Yeah, so that one. Okay, good. There, now we have a proper twinkle cycle. And we have one here. Yeah, climb the stairs, exactly. And that's another thing, right? When they start talking about greenhouse gas emissions, I'm like, okay, look, it's not like we're just sitting here going, shitting out greenhouse gas. Usually, the greenhouse gas is the result of, running some combustion, doing some combustion, and then, we get something out of it, right? Like, we always talk about the cost of the greenhouse gas, but sometimes I'm like, yeah, it generated a shit ton of food, or the greenhouse gas was used on a computer to make, some animation, or it was used to manufacture a bunch of goods that made a bunch of people's lives better, right? It's like, maybe these emissions aren't so monolithic that maybe some greenhouse gas emissions are actually better than others, like the ones that run a hospital, right? It's like those are good, it's like, yeah, I know it's like, but I mean, don't you like people being saved? So it means that if you want to stop a greenhouse gas emission, you have to understand that you're trading off something that expenditure, the expenditure of greenhouse gas produced, right? Like that had to occur in order to produce a bunch of people getting healthy. It had to, sometimes we have to emit some greenhouse gas to grow some crops and bring the crops to market and manufacture a bunch of cheap, affordable goods. Like, people look at greenhouse gas emissions um, as if they're a name in a death note, and they can just snap their fingers and have it go away, and they think that there will be no repercussion for stopping that greenhouse gas emission. Like, to me, a greenhouse gas emission means a thing got done, a thing got made. People forget that very easily. They're just like, oh no, the polar ice caps. Yes, yes. For every polar ice cap that melts, a thing got done and a thing got made. Okay, it's like for every bit of ice flow, everything's a trade. So it's like the inability to see, a bunch of other factors. And then the other thing that annoys me about these politicians is that they always got the same fucking taglines: wind and solar, wind and solar, wind and solar. And I'm like, uh-oh. Well, it kind of depends. It's like solar power in California. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nice and sunny place. Weather's pretty good. Try solar power in Canada. Where half the year it gets really fucking cold, and we have snow which collects on the plates and on the solar collectors, and the fucking it's like becomes super overcast like all the time, and the sunlight also gets really dim. It's like, yeah, we can't exactly solar that shit up. And then how many birds are you going to have killed by your windmills? Apparently that's a problem. It's like, shit. Yeah. And then also like the solar panels, there's some nasty stuff that's involved in the production of these solar panels, as well as, how long does the solar panel last? They don't last forever. Like the elements in them eventually fade out. It's like what's the ultimate cost of greenhouse gases consumed in order to produce a solar panel? How long will it take for the thing to kind of pay itself off? If you know what I mean? Like to bring it to market to the point where it winds up being a net positive. Like that's what's involved in making solar panels or wind power a viable solution. Is that the thing that counts it as a solution is it winds up being a net positive. Uh-oh. I've put down a couple of dots here. Here we are. What frame am I on? Frame 7. 6. But I don't see them here on this frame. Must be like an update. Yeah, it must be an update thing. Like if I draw that little squiggle there, I'm not seeing the squiggle that I just added. Even though this frame up here is being repeated from 24 frames ago, which is back here. Whatever. I'm not gonna smash my brain over it. Your understanding of Canada is entirely through viewing Kenny versus Spenny. Just don't fly towards dump. How many hours do I draw a day? Like you're literally seeing how much I draw a week. Because most times I'm programming. Like for me, the main reason why I don't do drawing as a primary job is because it doesn't like it I don't like I want to make big projects. I want to do big things. So but if I had the choice between making a animation or making a video game, I choose the video game. And that's mostly because it's what I grew up with. It's like I grew up making my own video games, so it's just the better fit. I'm a programmer who taught himself to draw. And then most of the way that I teach people drawing is through reverse engineering CGI visual effects. So it comes from that background. Yeah, see that the little twinkles are like jumping all over the place. Can't have that. Toggle. Oops. Oh, I know why. That's because that's not the beginning of the loop. This is the beginning of the loop. Right. Okay, so I don't actually need that, and I don't need that. Okay, he's good. I'm curious about something. Let me edit my hotkeys. Shortcuts. All right. That's previous, that's next image. Okay, I'm gonna change. I have. I gotta change my flip settings. Okay. Do. Flipbook in the preview settings. No, how do I find the preview set? Okay, edit. No, this is not it. There's a way to change how it flips the animation, and I forget entirely where it is. I figured it would be on here. No. Okay, maybe it is here. Like I know that there's a way that I can change how it handles flips. And I don't know if it's here in the preferences. I know there's like a window for it. Yeah, it's not there. Eh. I could have sworn it would be on the remote control. If it's not there, then animation. Flips. Ah, there we are. Good. Okay. New flip. It'll be a directional one. Checkpoint on bookmark. Limits. For the layer, I guess. Actually, no, it can be on the clip. Or bookmarks. We'll use bookmarks. Come back to origin. Loop between limits. Don't loop. Flips per second, 24. Okay, shortcut to the right is that. Oh, hang on. I got to rename this. It's a bookmark flip. Okay, shortcut to the right is... Here we are. Yeah, so that one should be... So to the right is that one. Oops. Assign that. Previous image. Assign that. Okay, cool. So they actually made a separate window for it. Okay, so very nice. Now I can toggle a bookmark here. So that handles, whoops, hang on. That would be the beginning of the cycle. Toggle the bookmark there. Okay. Oh, nice. Now I can actually see the fucking flip. What's the green lines around the mega crosshair? Ah, okay. So the mega crosshair has two sets of lines, both of which are foot pedal settings. So if you're seeing these lines, these little black tick marks that are going back and forth, these are brush radius. So it'll look like this when the foot pedal is all the way down, and it will look like this when it's all the way up. And then for smoothing, those tick marks will change from black to red when I'm pulling the thing, when I'm adding some smoothing. And when the smoothing's all the way engaged, then you'll see them turn orange, like the whole crosshair will go red like that. So, yeah. Because sometimes I want to know, like, the thing about the foot pedals, they're analog foot pedals, and sometimes it doesn't, like, sometimes they drift a little, and I want to know exactly when I hit the limit on them. Yeah. My face cam just went into Sherlock times bullet power. Oh, what? Hang on, let me just see if that's... Seems okay. Yeah. And I think it's still synchronized. Oops. Yep, more or less. Okay. And the reason why I have a mega crosshair is because I'm working on a Cintiq. So if my hand like begins to obscure the brush, at least I can tell from the crosshair kind of like where it is. I can infer from the crosshair where the position of that thing is. Plus, when I work on a Cintiq like this, the tendency is to want to imagine the actual lines coming out from the physical position of that pen pointer. And that's not exactly what happens. Instead, it's dependent on the calibration, which is always a little bit off. And so having that crosshair just really helps tremendously. Oh, so I can tell it to flip forward. Oh, and it flips forward when I have my stylus in range. So oh man, this makes working on cycles so much easier, especially if the cycle isn't like the whole length of the layer. So better, much better. Oh, the algorithm in bullet time. Yeah. Whenever my hand's on the right, it's like kind of goes. Yeah. That's because it's my coding overlay. So usually if I'm poking and jabbing at like I think it's like this thing here. There we are. There's the bullet time. There's the fucking thinking. Usually when I'm solving some ridiculously simple math problem that like my aging working memory cannot handle. Okay, so I'm heading towards that now. There we go. They're kind of all twinkling at the exact same timing. I may have to split them off onto their own layer and then increase the rate at which they do their twinkle. Like I'll have to double time them because they're twinkling on threes, which is on the exact same frame rate as the guy's like gyration. So then it'll make them sparkle a little bit more. All right, so we'll just grab this. Grab those twinkles. And then I'll just put them on ones and then we'll roll. We're gonna repeat it really fast. 24. We'll do them on ones. At least we have like a full cycle of them and it's a matter of just here we are. I'll have to redraw that one. Oops. This is the thing about animation is that like I would never draw these shapes like out of an animation. Meaning I would only draw them like I'd never draw them as an illustration because they're blurs and they're so bizarre. Seeing Mark rare is seeing Mark live is rare. It's like some kind of some kind of elusive animal, elusive and endangered animal. Like we need David Attenborough's voice in here. The reclusive animator programmer seen a rare sighting of the exclusive of the reclusive programmer animator in his natural habitat. Whoops. That one's going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. You're going to be Mark Chung when you grow up, minus the programming and the game dev. So you're going to be pretty good at beatboxing then. Ooh, look at that. The twinkles at 24 FPS. They look they look pretty good. I don't actually have to change the synchronization of them. That looks actually pretty good. Yeah, they're very like. Oh man. Okay. No. I got there's more. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I need to make them throw off fucking particles. Oh yeah. And then that one, boop. All right. So, oh man, the little particles being thrown off. That's too much. I need a fucking. Okay, no, hang on. 1, 2, 3, and then they got to go. This is what happens when you let the when you leave the VFX animator unsupervised. Oh god, that's too fucking much. It's like a little. Oh god. Yes. So the thing is that you can have it so that the thing twinkles, and then you can make it throw out particles, and then when the particles dwindle, the particles themselves explode into little fragments. And if we wanted to, we could even take those fragments and make those explode again. But this is just hand drawn particle effects, right? It's like it's fun, it's easy. It's like it takes like so little, takes very little time, or I should say, very little. It's easy to do. It is time consuming, but it's like a lot of fun. So I could just track this one, and then I could make it like just that'll, and then I could take this other one. Oh, right, and when this one actually when it explodes, it explodes, and we get little fragments that come off like that. So the little streaks shoot out, and even the streaks like explode. So slow it down, and then boop, and we get little fragments that pop off on that. And then this one also, there's that streak. So I just call this like individual particle tracking, and then dang, we just bust off the fragments. I'm gonna let this one dwindle for a bit, and now I'm gonna have to. It's having a delayed explosion. Okay. Yeah. So that's 2 of them done now. Okay, that looks pretty fucking good. I wish I could zoom in while it's playing. Whenever I zoom in, it kind of jumps back to its full size. A great artist. But mind you, all right, this kind of stuff, they're just little trivial things, right? Like things like these little like great things are made of just little trivial actions that are within your reach. They're easy for you to do. And people will look at them and say, "Oh, I can do that." You know, that like fucking just take me, fucking a minute, right? Right? And but the thing is that you actually have to take the time to do it, right? And so most people, this is what makes you different from, the other people, is that you actually take the time to do it. Because, it's like other people who say they can do things but don't actually do them you can't tell the difference between these people who can't actually do it. So great things always consist of lots of little trivial actions and the willpower to actually do them, taking the initiative to do it. and kind of realizing it's like, oh, somebody else will take care of it, right? It's like, in my case, it's like, I'm not going to wait for someone else to take care of it. I'm going to fucking do it. Yeah, it's a shitty job. It's my shitty job. You can't have it. That's the mindset. I would just call it, taking the trouble. So if you want to be like somebody who does lots of great things, just you know, don't look down on little jobs. Take the time, take the trouble, and I think that's what I think it means to really build discipline. Is that discipline does not necessarily just mean sitting under a waterfall and living a Spartan life where you're constantly miserable and unhappy and experiencing miserable things. I just say you don't look down on little tasks and jobs, and you understand that the importance of the trivial. Trivial just means like you change your mindset from seeing trivial things not as unimportant, but rather seeing them as important things that are within your reach. You can do them. Oh wow. Looking at this thing going oh gosh. I'll do it one more time for this guy, and that last one will just throw off simple particles. So we do it one more time. It's and look, this is like to me this is like the easiest kind of animation because you just track a dot, and then you gradually slow it down, and also you dwindle it. So I got the foot pedal, which makes the brush size bigger and smaller depending on when I push on the foot pedal. So I just dwindle it. I dwindle, and then after that, boop, 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 boop. Dwindle that, and then fragment. Once again, shoot that out. Fragment. And people look at little jobs and they say, "Oh, that's boring. It's mind numbing." And I'm just like, well, it's also easy. It's relaxing, and the final result is pretty cool to look at. So, being able to handle your own boredom is another one of those things of like willpower. Like to me, the willpower to stay away from the black hole that is a cell phone that scrolling all day, like that that thing's a fucking dopamine trap. That thing's like a multi-billion-dollar piece of human engineered software that's like and data tracking. It's something to be it's something that is not to be underestimated. My interactive drawing manual. I'm working on a video game first, and that's a problem, right? It's like I got another thing that I'm working on, and that's something that people have. That's a project that was kickstarted and funded, so it's like I got to deliver on that thing. So that's why my priorities lie over there. This one was a little delayed. That's okay. It can stay delayed. Makes it look a little bit more lively. Oh, you're immune to the dopamine trap. Lucky you. That's good. I'm not. It's because I just want Senpai to notice me. And then, there's another thing where it's like I can get sucked into staring at funny memes, so which are animated GIFs or GIFs. Meanwhile, here I am making something that's practically an animated GIF. Oh, whoops. That one needs to be a four-way. Oops. A little bit of junk there. There we are. Let's see them all twinkling. Lovely. You say you're addicted to VTubers. Oh yeah, I'd say VTubers are actually a lot more interesting to see. Hmm. Yeah. Better than being addicted to thoughts. And as long as you're not throwing like thousands of dollars at them. And as far as I know, the VTubers aren't throwing their cats and trying to feed them vodka. You know what? I find that like I'm starting to notice when I'm getting addicted to a thing. Like it's fine if it's nighttime and I'm not working and I'm just like looking for something to something to spend my last two brain cells on. Okay. Right. But it's like if it's during work and I'm like, okay, no, this is bad. I'm scrolling, and I'm clicking one link after another. Oh, the fucking system is taking control. Like I have to shut that shit off. So yeah. And so even then it's like nighttime I'd rather play a video game than anything else. 'Cause I find that's really where I want to spend my time. Awesome. Oh, right. And I need to get rid of the twinkles on these frames as well. So yeah. So these are the budget twinkles. We can get rid of them. Just 8 frames. Yeah, because now they're on a different layer. Oops. Okay, now I can take care of the overlaps. That's another thing. You do enough of these little trivial jobs, then you start realizing, hey, I can sort these jobs out. And if you sort them, tends to be that you can get them done faster when they're sorted. Yeah, much better. Bring everything back on. Oh, wow. Oh, how come that thing held? Why did that thing hold? Oh. This one got held. Okay, I need to... There. There we are. It actually looks better with the sparkles in front. He's doing the... You can see where the animation budget went. It went into the fucking sparkles. The sparkles are the most like they got the fucking 24 FPS on them. Even the liquid's running at like actually no, the liquid's running on 2s. Or 1s. Yeah, it's running on 1s for the most part until he puts it away. Yeah, so the fill up sequence is on. That's cool. I love it. These human mosquitoes. What I mean by sorted? Okay, so I was clearing away the twinkles, right? And if we look back here, like when I was clearing them away, there were twinkles that were isolated, and then there were ones that were overlapping the character. And so you'll see that like on several of the frames, they were isolated. And when I was drawing little shapes to lasso them out, I was using a lasso tool to delete them. And the thing is that it was faster for me to just use the same lasso shape to delete the ones that were non-isolated. Sorry, the ones that were isolated, and then do a second pass and then take care of the ones that were overlapping the character. Because if I try to erase all of them, if I try to erase both the isolated ones and the non-isolated overlapping ones, if I try to do them all at once on every single frame, then it means I have to lasso the isolated ones, and then I got to zoom in and then clear away the overlapping ones. And then I got to zoom out, go to the next frame, lasso the isolated ones, and then zoom in and then take care of the overlapping ones, and then zoom out and take care of the isolated ones, and then zoom back in and take care of the overlapping ones. Whereas if you sort it, then you can say, let's do the isolated ones. Next frame, isolated ones. Next one, isolated. Next one, isolated. Next one, isolated. Next one, isolated. Once you're done that pass, then we zoom in and we carefully take out the overlapping ones. And then next frame, overlapping ones. Next one, overlapping. You see what I mean? Is that there's less time having to spend between zooming in and zooming out and having to draw different shapes, like different lasso shapes to erase them. So it's like, here, I'm going to show another example. I'll just quickly create an example. All right, so let's say we've got 10 frames of this, and let's say I need to make, okay, let's say I have to reproduce this pattern. I have to reproduce this pattern like 10 times. So the pattern is 3 longs, 2 shorts, 3 longs, 2 shorts, 3 longs, 2 shorts. Okay, so I can do it like this, right? Each of these is like a task. Or I can do it like this. I could say we do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. See how much faster that was? It's like you can group the tasks. And because the thing about the human mind is that it works better in terms of repetition. Like if you're repeating the same task every single time. In fact, I could say, here, let's split them in half, and then I can split this again, and then I can do the ones on the left, 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 then the right, 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 right. And then with the 2s, I could split this in half and that in half. Like this gives me better even spacing and control, right? Whereas this one, look how fucking uneven that is. Like, so if you sort things out, it kind of allows you to really focus on a task, because every time you have to change tasks going from a short line to a long line, it's like your brain kind of has to unload, and then it's got to reload the next task. Like if I wanted to switch between drawing 5-pointed stars, and so let's say I have to do this. I have to do like 5-pointed star, 5-pointed star, or actually, sorry, let's do a 5-pointed star and then a 6-pointed star. So that's like, and then I have to go back to doing a 5-pointed star and then a 6-pointed star. Right? It's like I have to kind of unload my brain and then reload it each time. So on the other hand, I could just do, all right, let's just do 1, 2, 3, and then I can just do triangle, 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 right? Like again, it's that your brain doesn't get confused and like, oh, I forgot to do this part of the sequence, and oh, I forgot that routine, and just so like sorting out. If you have many, many little tasks, if you sort them together, if you batch them, it's task batching. If you batch your tasks, then you're cutting down on some mental overhead. It's like if I had to draw alternating, red dots. So let's say I had to do red and blue dots, right? Well, I can do them like this. Right? Or I could do this. I could say, fine. Red blot, blue, red, blue. You see, each time I got to go to the fucking palette, right? What's faster? This is like fucking way faster. It's batching. And when you're working in CGI, when you're working in something like Unity, there's a thing called draw call batching, so the draw calls are batched together. So whenever your card renders something, what it'll do is it'll render an entire pass of all of the objects that use a single material. If they're all using the exact same material parameters, like if it's all a rusty iron material, it'll go through and it will render all the rusty iron surfaces. And then it will do the next material of, let's say, the checkerboarded surfaces, and it will render, thanks mom, it'll render all the checkerboard surfaces at once. Because if it tried to render all of these things in sequence, it would have to load the rust texture and the shader into memory, render the object, unload that stuff, load the checkerboard texture, and then do that thing and render that checkerboard object. And then it would have to unload that checkerboard texture, load the fucking the rusty iron texture. And you see what I mean? Is that you're cutting down on the fucking overheads. So if you have many trivial tasks, it's important to learn, do them normally, right? And then realize, oh, hold on a second, these tasks can be batched together, and it will save me a lot of mental fucking, brain power. So, and the thing will get done faster and more consistently. So learn when to batch. This is what I mean, right? Like when I say I'm a programmer who learned to draw, a programmer that taught himself to draw, and so I reverse engineer the things that I know from programming and from CGI and making video games and whatnot, and I just bring those optimizations into my drawing workflow. So it's like, and it's pretty simple. Like it's easy to demonstrate. Thanks, Mom. Mom brought lunch. This scene winded up this way. It wound up this way just because, like, the actually important thing to do in the scene, or the important part of the scene, was the blood vials filling up. But I didn't want to have them just standing there, tapping their feet, and I thought that was boring. And I'm like, no, I'm going to make that guy do hip thrusts. And what am I going to do with the other guy? I'm going to make him react to the hip thrusts. I'm just thinking about what I'm going to do next. I know what to do. It's finally time to continue the sequence, meaning the other guy on the right is going to take out his blood vial and he's just going to jam it on the thing. That's all he has to do. Oh, now as for the guy on the left, I think I can have him doing hip thrusts. He'll start doing the hip thrusts. It's like a thing that they do. And the moment that he jams the blood vial on, then we can cut this. We can cut that particular. We can cut to the next bit. So, I heard something really funny about, like, I think it was Hong Kong or China. Well, Hong Kong's been subsumed into China, and so the thing is that there's some people who are like, mukbang performers. They would do, I think they were called like big eaters, and they would, eat various delicious foods on camera. And Well, President Xi didn't exactly like that. Thought it was, wasteful and whatever, and decided to ban these people from doing, eating. So you know what these guys did? They went and they got empty food containers, and then they were like miming the action of eating, like eating food that was like imaginary. They were like pretending to eat imaginary food on camera. It's pretty awesome. Let's see how that looks like at the project view. That's great. It's got my warm up drawings in there as well. you know, I'm not sure really, but all I know is that there's people with strange tastes out there, or tastes that I don't understand. And well, it is what it is, I guess. But you know what? I remember that on YouTube there was this one guy. Um, he was a Westerner, so he was actually American, and I can't remember his name. Um, but what he would do is he was a YouTuber, and what he would do is he would eat um like ridiculous amounts of chicken nuggets, and he would fall ill soon afterwards. Right? He would, or like I remember, like he would get a whole bunch of burgers, and he would eat them until he fell ill. So I mean, I guess for some people they actually would enjoy the misadventures of this guy. I don't really like. I guess that like that's what I saw. Like that guy would do it as a stunt, right? And it's a very stupid stunt, but in some ways it's like watching a train wreck. Okay, it's it's entertaining to watch in the sense of like reality television, and it's like watching a train wreck, watching a disaster. Okay, so now this guy's done. Then the other guy has to. Whoops. Wrong layer. Here we are. Oh, where's my how come it's not looping? Oh, because that thing was set to loop like that. It's not using a frame repeat. That's why. So I got to tell this thing to repeat the last 24 frames. That's why. Repeat, set repeat image 24. Okay. Bam. Now I can stretch that up. Got it. Okay. Actually, I got to use the bathroom. I got to number one. I'll be right back. Okay. By the way, when I would do that, like the the duct tape exercise, where I have to alternate between drawing lines that go around and then up and then around, in, around, down, around, out, around, up, around, like that alternating pattern, that's like an anti-batching exercise. It's like an exercise in teaching you to task switch. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna probably put it up on YouTube. Like I want to add sound. I'm gonna do sound effects for it. So it won't. It's not gonna have like a full color. The only color that I'm gonna have in there is the color of blood, um, the red. But that's it. And then, but yeah, I'm gonna go and put in actual sound and whatnot. So yeah, this part is still alternating. Okay, that's good. So now what I got to do is have this guy actually. Um, Here's what I'll do. When he does that, he's going to do that one more time. Oh, I got it. When he goes back, he's going to pull out the cylinder. And then when he thrust forwards, he's gonna smash it on the thing. So it's gonna be like 2 frames. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna let him. I'm gonna let him do 1 rep, and then on the second rep, he's gonna pull that thing back and. Okay, so let's see. There's that down, and then there on the up here. All right, now we can redraw the arm. Actually, wait a second here. I'm not even gonna draw like a hand gesture of him pulling the thing out. I'm just gonna have the cylinder like, oh yeah, he's got that thing. And what's our cycle time? Let's see. How many frames? Oh, it's 12, right? So, so 12 frames later. There we are. Okay, so I gotta grab this image. Actually, I'm not. I'm gonna read. No, I'm gonna make a new. No, I'll make a new one. And for that matter, he's jamming it into the this thing over here. This is the sampler. There we go. Yes, he's smashing that thing in pretty hard. You notice how like the little kind of there's like the stepping jackhammer type prongs on it. Like I'm making it so they just go. And then for this part of the body, I'm going to drop that down a bit. I'm going to barrel it outwards. It's been so like been so smashed in there. So he's gonna go. That's almost not enough. I almost need to go further. Like I want him to fucking just punish that thing. Okay, so I'm going to use this next frame. So I'm using the frame that I just drew. Still going to use it, but it's going to be used for when it recoils back. So we'll just make it a little faint, and let's just go. We're smashing it like all the way down. This is the thing about like exaggeration, is that knowing how to exaggerate something, or just knowing how to, or being able to envision something when you're smashing it. It's like, oh yeah, he's absolutely fucking punishing that thing. I'm gonna have him like, I can just imagine like a fist just driving down from above. Okay, actually, here's what I gotta do is, I don't want to draw this using like perfectly clean lines. This has to be sketched. I got to go through a sketch process to do this right. So yeah, there's the fist, which is here, balled up fist. I also kind of want. I need to clear away this like. I have like a breakdown for it. Let's clear that. Can I clear that? Yeah. Okay. Let's get that fist like all balled up. I kind of imagine his body like inverting. Maybe like part of him goes out of frame. Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong layer. Of course. Of course. Okay. Try this again. Maybe he should be allowed to like overlap the other character as well. And maybe the other character can like get blasted back by the power of the impact. I just feel like this is like the line of force. It's like all the force is just coming boom. Animation is so time consuming. I would say it, yeah, it does. There is an expenditure of time, but it's like I'm rather enjoying myself. I'm having a good time doing this, right? It's like, yeah, everything is time. Everything is time consuming. Everything consumes time. The question is, do you like what you got out of it, and did you enjoy did you enjoy the process? Did you find fulfillment in the process of doing it? Right? What did you think of the experience? Going through it, and the experience is not always going to be a pleasant one, right? Sometimes the experience is unpleasant, but you come through it a changed person, and sometimes for the better, hopefully for the better. And so I think it's that if you can go through that span of time gaining an experience that is not necessarily pleasant, but an experience that you felt was worthwhile and meaningful to you, and you don't regret having that experience, then then I guess you still came out on the plus side. Like, I think very often people are, oh yes, you saw the Among Us. I think very often people are, they get this idea that everything's about being happy. It's like, oh, I just want to be happy. Oh, it's about a search for happiness. I'm like, okay, well, if you want to be happy, just get like a whole bunch of opiates and jam them in your bloodstream. Oh, that's why there's an opiate epidemic, because people just, want to be happy. And so they jam themselves full of opiates. And as you can see, like, that doesn't actually, that tends to actually cause more problems than it solves. Sometimes it's like, if you're drunk, right? If you just had like a few beers too many and you got a good buzz going and you're feeling really, really happy, I tell you, when you wake up, you're gonna be feeling kind of embarrassed. Like, if you remember whatever the hell it was that you did while you were drunk, right? If you might have been really happy, but you also might have been a bit of an asshole, or you might have done a bunch of things that you kind of regret. Like, happiness is just an emotion. It's just an emotional state, and sometimes it creates more problems than it solves. Very often, it creates more problems than it solves. I'm not saying that people should live through their lives being miserable. I'm just saying that, maybe happiness is not exactly, the ultimate state that you should be trying to live in all the time. It's like that's not it's kind of a low resolution. It's a low resolution answer. Opiates, yeah, exactly. Hookers and blow. And like, I just want him to. So when I want this absolute like pummeling, like, like, I'm drawing like a fucking caricature, like. For a moment, his head is like extra large just to make his expression bigger. Or maybe I need to like stretch this out. Yeah, I definitely need to stretch this out so we can knock back the drawing, right? And this way I can still kind of see it. His eyes have momentarily gone reptilian. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. When I draw his hand, it has to like fucking, it has to go like kinky. His hand's got to go like, his arm has to go all kinky. There we go. This is like the mindset of exaggeration. How can I push it further? How can I like, we won't just like pummel the arm with the arm. We'll break the arm. We'll like fucking like, we'll take the fingers and we'll smash them out like a squid. I need like little like flames going. Right. So it's about being able to do what kids do, right? Kids are always, man, the kids are always off in their own little world, going like they're engaged, they've engaged their imagination into, whatever little plastic toys they're playing with, right? But to perform cartooning and imagination, like to perform this kind of cartooning and exaggeration, you got to be able to tap into that. And when we talk about things like, line of action, like, it's so me. I'm like, no, it's the line of force, the line of exertion and destruction. It's like, that's what it is. Or maybe what I can do is like this. This is a little too like straight on, right? This is too straight on for my liking. I think what I want to do is we're gonna knock this thing back some more, and we're gonna map this on. We're gonna do some perspective. So this is like that's like the second iteration, right? The third iteration is like this now. We actually use perspective. Except I want it to be more like turned. So yeah, much more turned. So the box is used specifically to help me. Yeah, I know, a box, that's right. It's like it's this basic thing. And again, I can like wrap the eyeball. We're gonna Oh God. Trying to remember the name of that guy who did the bendy clocks, the bendy melting clocks. We're gonna do this with the eyes now. I did this earlier. God, I remembered his name earlier last time. Drawing a lot of lines during the rough stages? No, draw the fucking lines. Just draw them anyway. But what I do say is knock back. So knock back is I have a little macro that I run on this thing, and what it does is it reduces the layer by like 50% opacity, and then it like burns in the changes. It makes it permanent. It permanently reduces the opacity by 50%. So it's a knockback. And the other way you can do it is you can have like a big fat soft eraser. So I could use like this, and I can tap it a bunch of times. Whoops, hang on, that's not in erase mode. That's in painting mode. Let me switch this thing to erase mode. Yeah, so this thing I can just click it a bunch of times and it will soften the image. So knock back, but don't completely erase your lines. Because if you knock it back, then you're like, oh, okay, I didn't quite mean to do it exactly this way, but I want to knock back the drawing, and now I want to revise it, right? So yeah, that's why I say just draw the lines anyway, and then you can perform corrections. And then afterwards, when you want to do your final cleanup, you can, and I'm hesitant to use the word final, whenever you do your cleanup, you can do it on a separate layer or so even like this heavily stylized stuff, it's like, yeah, I still use the basics. I still use boxes. They're always gonna they're always gonna be useful in some way or another. Like you'll find a way to use them. And then I got to draw like the space helmet part. So I guess I can draw it stretched out like this. God. Like, holy cow. There's fucking the warpage. Oh, man. And now I look at this thing and I'm like, no. It's still too round. It's too round. So it's okay, right? I can just knock the whole thing back. There's still some things I want to keep. So what I got to do is I've got to see this thing as like you ever use like seen one of those like big bubble hoops They get like a big hoop, and then they dip it in the soap solution, and then they go. They make like a big long tubey bubble. That's what I'm doing. Is I'm just making a big long tubey bubble between where his head was and where his head is. Right. And I'm just trying to think, okay, how long do I want the tubey bubble, the tube bubble to be? Maybe not that long. Maybe more like this. I can knock that back a bit. And I do kind of like the flattening out like here. Right. Just being able to figure out there we are. And then I think I'll keep that bit. The smears, the fucking. It's like we don't have motion blur, we have smears. It's like fucking god tier smears. Yeah, I'm gonna peek the mouth. Right, and even this, like, even though it's cleanly drawn, it's like I'm not. It's like I may still. Well, he'll fucking nah, man. He's not just gonna use one arm. He's gonna double fist that. He is double fisting this. And it's like it's literally just for one frame, like a 24th of a second. Like I don't think of any line as being final until I stop changing it. But that's all it is. The lines aren't final until I just stop changing them. And then I'm gonna have to like partial. I'm gonna keep one arm straight, but I'm gonna break the other arm. I'm gonna jank it up. So actually, what I gotta do is maybe I just draw. Oh, I got it. No, we keep it all straight, but then we take the arm here and we jank it up. There we are. So basically, the breakage point occurs at the base, at the bottom. So I can just go. Burp, burp. And again, for like a momentary frame. Oh, I think it's yeah, absolutely master still perspective, but it's the kind of thing where the more you do of these things, and eventually you just start to develop your own sense of feeling of it, and then it becomes like second nature. For me, it's like, I do this once a week. I'm a casual. I'm a filthy fucking casual. So I almost need like a freaking nuke cloud to come off of this thing. And it's just going to rebound back to like, it's going to rebound back, but I'm going to have it so when it finishes rebounding, it's kind of like, eh. Yeah. Yeah, I love smears. They're so enjoyable. In fact, I thought I was going to do like a stagger at some point. Oh yeah, I remember where it was here when he puts the fucking vial in. I wanted to like 1 2 3 2 3 2. Was it 1 2 3 2 3 4 3 4 5 4 5 6 5? I wanted to stagger it back and forth when he's shoving the blood vial in. I wanted. Oh man, I kind of want to do that right now. So like right here, I want him to. So let's see, up to here. Whoops. Yeah, I know you guys can't see it. So, uh, damn it. Oh, I need my stylus on the fucking can. Okay, wait. I can use the wheel, the mouse wheel. Can I not use the mouse wheel? No, I can't. All right, fuck it. Yeah. So I wanted to do this. I wanted to go forward, in, back. Yeah. I wanted to stagger it a bit more. Only problem is that this is like, let's see. That's on twos. Yeah, we got 2 2 2. So and I got to do it on like these frames. Okay, so I don't have to actually extend it. Uh no, I got to just paste. Paste. Yeah, so this is the frame that I got to grab, paste. It's 34. Okay, 20. So get that one. Come on. Ah, come on, just there. And then this frame. It's 66. All right, so I just want. I'm clicking like the wrong. Okay, there we are. There. Oh God, that staggers creepy. God. It almost needs to last a bit longer. Did I use references when storyboarding? Not really, no. Oh God. I love it when he fucking. Oh, right. I think I can say no loop on that. There we are. Yeah, that looks wrong. I love it. Yeah. The little stagger. Now it's not so smooth anymore. It's like I almost want to prolong it a bit. Like, okay, there are times to use reference, times not to use reference. The time to use reference, or the time not to use reference, is when you have a really clear idea already in your head that's very striking, and it's like you're already motivated to draw. So you should strike while the iron is hot, and you should just fucking, if you have like a strong idea, you should just fucking plow it through in any form you can. It doesn't have to be perfect. It can be in a really rough stage. But the important thing is that like a strong idea, a strong vision of something is very precious and it's fleeting. So that's why I say you've got to get that down and to, just damn the torpedoes. Don't worry about the references. Just fucking get it in there. And then, if you don't know what to do, then it's time to do references. Then it's like when you use references, you're seeking guidance. You're seeking, it's like you're looking for the you're looking for the base ingredients that could be used to put together a vision. And in the end, you should always draw from a vision. So you use the references specifically to get the base ingredients for your vision. And what you don't do with references, you don't slavishly copy the references, look at the reference and copy, and look at the reference and copy, and it's like that's not the way to do it. Sometimes you have to look at a reference and you got to sleep on it a bit. And you might have to look at a few other references and you got to sleep on it, and then work with hopefully you'll get a vision tomorrow. And I guess that's another thing, right? Is like you can't just make something, like you can't forcefully make a great vision come forth, because the great visions are granted by the subconscious. And so sometimes the references that you get are not just about the correctness, right? Like sometimes it's not about getting the likeness perfectly. It's not just about making sure that you get the right number of ridges and the right number of indentations on the original subject matter. There's also a need to have like a feeling and a cartoony vision of a thing. And you have to have a take. You got to have a take on the thing. So it's hard to, like, you can't come up with a vision if you don't have an opinion on something, if you don't have a take on it, if you don't have an opinion on it, if you're completely ambivalent and neutral on a subject matter, then yeah, it's impossible to come up with a compelling vision because you yourself are not compelled by it. So that's how I would put it. Because whenever it comes time for me to do, let's say, a caricature of a person to get a likeness, I've found that the most important thing for me was not the accuracy of the likeness, not the technical accuracy of the caricature. It was usually because I had an opinion of the other person's attitude, and those made for better caricatures. Like I only needed the bare minimum details, maybe the most obvious details of a person, but if I knew their attitude, and their attitude was a particularly strong one that struck me in a certain way, then yeah, I have an opinion of that person. And sometimes it's flattering, sometimes it's not. But unless I have an opinion of a person, like a strong opinion, I don't try drawing them. I just can't. I don't have a vision. I don't like to draw. I don't like to force art into being because I can't. It's like when you see this slamming, right? Like this obviously shows a very strong vision. And it's kind of a weird. It's a very there's a very internal, abstract drive to this vision. It's the drawing looks like a child drew it. It's got a kid's drawing kind of aesthetic to it. There's a very subliminal, primal, and subconscious raw, and like it's very. There's a lot of rawness. It's a very raw image. It's a glimpse of something internal, of something very primal, right? So it's like it's almost like you got a direct connection to the imagination here. You have a, I'm looking at those arms and thinking, you know what, those arms need to be a little bit longer. Like they need to be stuffed into the crevice of there. Yeah, like it's not enough for the arms to simply stop right here on the ground. Like the arms need to be shoved into the same crevice and dimple of this thing, and the hands need to be spilling out of it. So they need to be shoved in like really deep, and then they got to be spooting out. And that's something where it's like it's only after being distracted, talking with you for a while, letting my brain wander, and then coming back to this, and then it's like, oh, it should be like this. It's like, here, wouldn't this be better, right? It's like, you can't force it. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to, grind myself into the problem and expect to get, blood. You're not going to squeeze blood out of a stone. You're not going to squeeze, water. You can't bleed water out of a stone. You have to let your mind wander, and you need to let your subconscious do its thing. And I think the best thing you can do for letting your subconscious do its thing, you're going to have to, you just have to set up the optimal, the optimal conditions. And the optimal conditions, maybe take a break, go out and leave your desk, go out and jog, do some jogging or sometimes that's how it is. How close is my animation to the one that I saw in my head? I would say that it is constantly developing. It is constantly morphing and changing, meaning that my final vision is not decided at the start. It's not even started in the story. It's not even finalized in the storyboards. The story, it's like, here, if we were to look at this, the human mosquitoes, like the first thing I figured was they're going to be drawing blood, then they get found out, then they have to escape. And then I say, okay, so for drawing blood, we need to show the needle being penetrated, penetrating the skin. Then we need to show the suction, and then the thing has to be stored. And then there's a part where they get found out, right? So somehow there's an injection failure or something like that. And there's an earthquake and a shadow. And then they had to break away and start running away. So there's a scope of pursuit where we see how big is the area, is the play field of the running away. We need one action of like a dodging and slamming, and then another one where like there's another smash and one teammate gets pushed out of the way, and then I guess there's like maybe one of them kind of takes a glancing blow at the same time, right? So these are the 3 beats of the animation, and each one of these 3 little bits here, right? These are just like the little, like, or I should say, what is it? These are the 3, actions that I need to show. So there's actions, beats, and scenes. So each one of these words represents an action, which forms the sequence of actions forms this beat of drawing blood. I simply need to convey the concept of drawing blood. I need to convey the concept of them being found out. I need to convey the concept of them escaping, and it's done by splitting things up into these separate actions. And so when it comes to something like penetration, right? I got to show a vein and maybe a needle going into the vein, and maybe the guy's like pulling back a needle, like that was, and maybe he has to anesthetize the thing with the spray to spray the feels away, and like this is the initial idea, and it looks nothing like what I'm working on right now, right? But this is an initial idea. It's going to change. And then there's a part where there's storage and one guy's sticking attaching the needle on the other guy's back, right? And then when they were about to slam the next syringe in there. Okay, so this is kind of like, the other idea. Maybe he slams it in this way, and you can see a bit of the idea is kind of getting in there. Not quite, right? And it's all done from the side view. There's no perspective or anything. And And I guess at some point the other guy, like he's got the needle on his back, but he pokes the skin, and that's where the failure is, right? But this, I'm doing it differently now, right? Like I changed my idea. The storyboard's really just there to help, give me. It's enough to take this extremely abstract sequence of words into a somewhat less abstract sequence of pictures. And then there's the earthquake, there's the shadow, and then they gotta like run away. They gotta jump away as this big fist comes slamming down. And there's the scope of pursuit where this like hand slapping the limb that they're flying away on, and then there's the part where like one goes smashing, and you can see that guy flies around. He almost gets hit, but he maybe takes a glancing blow, and he flies around, and they're like, oh yeah, we made it. And then he's like, ah, shit. And he pushes the other guy. He pushes the other guy out of the way. And he gets hit. Right. And so it's like, yeah, the thumbs up. He got hit. There's a thumbs up. And maybe we have a zoom out of like the big Titan that they're on, and slap. Right. So this is the original idea. Right, this is the thing that I saw in my head originally. And then, when it came to time to actually do the injection thing, I'm like, no, what if it's more like this, right? Like, oh, that's right. I did a little bit of research. I did some referencing. Right, I did some referencing. And I learned that how doctors or nurses would perform, like, sometimes they need to take blood samples. So what they do is they don't use a syringe. They use this weird little cup thing with a needle on the end of it. And then they make one insertion, and then there's a blood vial that fills up. And then once that thing's full, they just take that off, swap another blood vial on there, and fill that thing up. And then they can take like, I don't know, 5 or 6 vials from a single insertion, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I'll make something kind of similar at man scale size, and that became this sequence right here. Like that became this little. That's the injection part. And then there's the part where they store, like they have to wait for the thing to fill up, and then they got to store the thing. Right? Oh God. The timing's good. Bam. Right? So, and the thing is that over the whole course of the animation that I've been doing, I'm like, wouldn't it be nice if like we actually had some sparkles in there? Like there's no sparkles in the fucking storyboard. I just came up with it later. It'd be great if we had the fucking sparkles, and I put the sparkles in there, and I made it so the sparkles even have little twinkles. They throw off little twinkles of their own while they're doing it, and like the hip thrusts was like, I just didn't want him standing there doing nothing. I didn't want him tapping his foot. I'm like, no. I'm going to make him do full body hip thrusts. What am I going to have the other guy do while he's waiting? Oh, I'm going to have them like fucking, doing this stupid gag where they're reacting together and doing this, right? Like that's how this came about. So I make a lot of times my visions come to me while I'm working, and I work in such a way that is very loose. It allows for a lot of changes along the way. I take into account the fact that I'm going to come up with different ideas while I'm working. And it's why animation is not boring to me. It's not just like I think animation can be really boring to you if all you had were perfect keyframes. And all you got to do is clean up those keyframes. And then you got to make in-betweens. And then you got to clean up the in-betweens. And then you got the colors, and you got to do the colors. It's like, fuck that. That's boring, man, because there's no creativity in between. You just got to do the fucking work. Whereas the way that I work, I enjoy it because there's still room for ideas. There's still room to change things. There's still ways in which I can still change the story at a smaller scope. I didn't put all the details. I didn't work out all the details in the storyboard. So I have a way of working in animation that just allows me to do. It lets me get all of my ideas out, and it just accounts for the fact that I am a person whose greatest ideas don't come to him until he's like in the middle of work. And so, yeah, the animation does wind up taking longer and longer, and obviously going out of budget. But I mean, I look at this and this is fucking great because every single frame and every single moment of the animation is like filled with something funny going on. It's like you could stare at this animation on loop and then still keep seeing new things. And if you saw the animation again and again, you'd still keep catching new things. And I feel like that makes for, I guess I would call it high density animation or high density artwork. High density artwork means you got to stare at it for a while to catch all the details, and and the details aren't necessarily like little wrinkles and shit. They're like, there's like the fucking sparkles, like the little stagger the guy makes as he pushes it in, the fucking hip thrusting, like all of these things are just little details that you won't catch on the first time through. The way that like the way the blood vial fills up and there's like a nice little bubble, like, and like all those little details. So I feel this is often like, this is what's often missing through a lot of the artwork of today. Is I feel like a lot of time the artwork of today is done for the purpose of expediency and a nice initial glance. It looks pretty at the beginning, but there's no reason to look at the image again. There's no reason to come back to the image and peruse it and really like, it doesn't have like staying power. It's not like you could, it's not like you could put the thing in a frame and stare at it for a while. Because it's not dense. It's kind of missing in something. It's missing in all the little details, and it's missing your take, right? It's missing a person's opinions and their takes. Okay, I just looked at this thing and I was thinking, okay, you know what I need to do? I need to fucking, I almost want to fucking take his legs and go. He's gonna airplane those fucking feet. He's doing like a split smash. And then right, I gotta push those arms into the. So actually, I'm gonna shove him down a little bit lower. That way we can see his butt cheeks. I can crank his feet forward even more. He looks like a spaceship. Oh my god. Right? Like, come on. This is what I feel is missing. There's no edge to any of the animation I see these days. Like, no one's got any fucking edge anymore. They're all afraid to, like, I don't know. They're lacking in vision. Yeah, look at this. Like a pair of flowers, you know. It's like and then I almost want to have him like, no, there's more. There's more. I'm not done yet. I can do more. I can fucking do more. I could like smash him all the way. Yeah, I'm just gonna smash his face in. And then just give him a letter C-shaped body. Yeah, it's like, but like I say, the people who have edge are kind of like few and far between. Or I should say the works that have, you know, enough edge are few and far between. Okay, and then when he's done, I gotta like, that fucking pose. I gotta draw that fucking pose. That one where he's like, yeah, he's not gonna go back to a standing pose. He's gonna do that annoying, that stupid fucking pose. You know that little pose I'm talking about. This stupid fucking pose. I almost want to draw him with like anime eyes. Yes. Butt hairs. Ah, god damn. I kill me. Holy shit. You know, if there is like a great inspiration for me for doing these kinds of stupid things, it would be I mean I like to talk about, you know, Ren and Stimpy and John Kricfalusi, but I mean there's also like, you know, Does Boshit's, you know, like the Gmod idiot box. Like god, that stuff, that of anything actually that influenced me a ton is like the Gmod idiot box. I think it's King of Fighters is the name of the fighting game where they have that silly pose. Yeah, so I'm gonna just kind of draw the thing like, or maybe out like this, so that way it kind of matches the head tilt. It doesn't even go out all the way. Just kind of looks all. It doesn't fully recover. Oh god. Oh, did I like erase? I think I erased like I didn't I partially erased this. Right? That's okay. I'll redraw it. It's just like a poopy doodle anyway. A little fart cloud. Oh my god. Amazing. I need the hang on a second. So that thing has to go smashing in that way. Then it needs to be clear on this frame. Okay, so So clear on that one frame. Boom. Ah, I see what's going on. I need to remove the black lines. Okay. And then on this one, I need to delete the blue lines. Okay. Yeah, I was drawing on some wrong layers. Okay, so I need this frame here. Place that in there. Get rid of the black lines. Boom. There we are. Oh god. I need more, like, I just need more time to witness this. Well, I'm gonna let it stick at like just we'll give it a good second. Okay. I want to see that last frame a little longer. Okay, some of those frames need maybe a couple, like they need there. Just put them on two, just so that it has a little bit more time to read. Bam. Okay, 3 and 3. Okay, maybe 3 and 2. Let's see. Yeah. There we are. Oh yes, the Jacko pose. No, I know. I know that's the Jacko pose. That's Jacko's the name of the character from KOF. Yeah. But it's like the reason why I did it is because, like, look at how this transitions perfectly into that, which transitions perfectly into that. It's like it all just it just flows so naturally. I need to draw like the arms kind of going. Brr. There we are. Burp, burp. I think I do want to have a blur frame between here and here. And at least maybe an acceleration frame. So one frame like this, another frame where he's just forward a little bit, then super blur, and then smash. So yeah, it's like maybe two extra frames. So yeah, this frame. Okay. So I'm gonna I just want to knock back those red lines just a bit. Okay. Maybe knock back the blue lines a bit too. So what I also like is that like the tools that I have in TV Paint, they allow you to erase, lines of a specific color, which are really useful. It's like it's a really useful function. There we are. That looks a lot better. Good. Now I can actually line that up. It's like people talk about how realism is like, realism is what makes art good. And I would say, okay, look, it certainly takes a lot of skill and effort to get realism. But I would just say that there's many ways in which art can be good, or I should say there's more than one way to make art good. It really depends on what you're aiming for. And I think what does matter is whether or not you're able to make that come across to the audience. So, like, there's the way in which you judge your art for yourself, and then there's the way that your audience judges it, and it's kind of hard to control exactly how your audience is going to judge it. And sometimes you just have to accept, that they might not like it. Like you're going to have to accept that there's going to be a segment of the population that's not going to enjoy this, and they're not your customers. You know what I want to do? I want to do something where I'm going to go on ones for like 4 frames. Yeah, okay, so I'm trying to think if I want to do this for 4 frames or 5 frames. Okay, well, let's have. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make that arm. Whoops. And chances are I probably should do this rough. So I'm gonna let the arm stretch out a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna let it straighten out, and then that tube I'm gonna just treat it like a bean shape. You can see that I'm arcing through this way. And maybe, oh, maybe I should move this a little closer. How come I don't see, why is this frame like empty anyway? Am I on the wrong layer again? I think I'm on the wrong fucking layer. Or I might have like cleared this layer by accident. Ah, yeah, I did clear the wrong layer by accident. Okay, so 5 frames. Okay, now I can turn that blue. Erase that. Actually, I've got the light table, so. I'm going to draw this as I'm going to do this as just scribble, timed scribbles. So in the span of 5 frames, he moves only this far. But it's done on ones. The lower body has hardly moved at all, but maybe I might tense up those limbs a bit. So you see, just by bending the knees the wrong way, like in reverse, that has a way of tensing up the whole body. You can see that. That's like a proper stabbing motion. Okay, now I got to do. Oops. Okay, I think I'm doing this on. I'll do it with 4 frames. The hardest in-betweens are actually the ones where the motion is very subtle. Like violent motions are more forgiving, I find. Because if it's a subtle motion, you can see little vibrations and wobbles. You know who's really impressive as an animator? Fucking Don Hertzfeldt. That guy. That guy draws really simple drawings, but he doesn't use any computers. He does everything fucking manually. He's the guy who did like the Rejected series, the Rejected animations, and Meaning of Life, and Billy's Balloon, and oh Dane. There are some things it does well, some things not so well. Like I think that Dane is good if you're working on something that is already on ones and it's you're already animating it to look smooth to begin with, but I wouldn't use it on something that has snappy motion. Like sometimes like I will draw things where there's like literally no time between two positions and I might blur in between the two and it's like I don't want Dane to smooth that out. So yeah, it's like it's a thing that should be used judiciously and carefully. It's not Nutella. Nutella is wonderful and you can put it on everything, right? But Dane is not Nutella, so don't put it on everything. Like some things weren't meant to be smoothed out. All right, let's see how this looks. Oops, hang on. Oh, right. I gotta move these over. Maybe I could do like a 4-3-2-1 type thing. Let's try this. Ah, yeah. Oh god, that's great because it smooths out the acceleration and it goes, bam. Oh man. Holy cow. It makes it look so much more impactful. Because then it's like it's a slow, it's like there's this slow acceleration. At the very end, it's like bang. Look at that. So yeah, this is like what I find is that when I do my animation, it's like I don't just think slow in, slow out. Like sometimes I think it's like slow out, but stupid blur, and then hard impact, and it's like, how? What do you call that? What do you even call this fucking timing? I love it. Oh, that looks even better. Yeah, it's a much more regular. And I think I almost want this thing to hold for like another 5 frames. I really like working with the layer editor. And maybe I'll make this thing hold for like 5 frames. Timing is so important. Like it. God. Oh my goodness. Because this motion is so much it's so much less complex than the guy on the left. Like the guy on the left, his animation, he's doing that crazy shit, he's doing that crazy shit. He's doing like 2 different motions. This is all like one motion. It took me so much longer to do the fellow on the left than the guy on the right. Like even to do their rough animations. Another thing about the way that I work is I tend to make it so that work that I do, my work is influenced by its own work. By it's like my work influences itself. So what I mean by this is I would draw the guy on the right doing his hip thrust. Or rather, what I do is I drew the blood vial filling up. And I knew that I needed the guys to stand around doing something. So I had the guy on the right do the hip thrust. So that means that like my work drives and inspires itself, meaning that the hip thrust is because I did the blood vial animation and I didn't stop there. I let the blood vial animation drive that animation on the right. And then the character on the left, you know, him doing his goofy animation, he's driven by the guy on the right. Right? So again, that's another instance of my work inspiring and driving itself. And then the guy on the right doing a completely different oh man, I almost want to put in a stagger now. I kind of want to stagger when he slams it down. I kind of want to go slam, but maybe not. It might not be necessary. No, it's not really necessary. And I think it would, if I did another stagger, then the guy on the left, his stagger, it would upstage the guy on the left stagger. It's good if we use it once. And I'm more in favor of just doing. Yeah, I like this variety of techniques. Plus, I need to make it so that when this guy slams down, the guy on the left has to react to the guy on the right. So this is kind of the amazing thing about having 2 characters, that each character kind of reacts to the other character. And this is why I like the idea of let your work drive itself. It's like a little hidden duet. You're about to hop out? Well, I know that I'm definitely running out of steam here. It's like 7:35 p.m. Like, what do we do? Animate for 4.5 hours plus a lunch break. But yeah, I mean, it's like managed to get a lot done. Managed to get the guy on the left, got all his line work cleaned up. Got some nice sparkly. Got the blood vial filled in and animated more or less. Got the guy on the right. His animation, I think, is. Yeah, I don't think I need that second blur frame. I think it's better without it because the giant jump from when he does his slow acceleration, like that still reads. And so I think that adding in the additional blur frame would actually lessen the impact. And so I don't want to lose that impact. I think it's a really strong impact that we have right now. And I don't want to lose that impact. And like I say, it already reads. So, you know, the horse is dead. You know, stop beating the horse. I think maybe I might want to try and see if I can move the blood vial a little bit closer to us. And just perspective wise, you know, there are some things about it that are bothering me. But I think that should generally be a minor issue. Yeah, I fucking love this slam. Like, I like how it's coming along. All right. So I guess I'm going to make like a baby and head out. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for joining the stream. I'll see you next weekend. Okay.